Ту-ту. Ту-ту. Там музычка играет. Шумно. Мгм. Шо? А чё ты прошел? Чё ты не играешь в свои полодины? Чё ты ушел-то от них? Обиделся? Да, обидно. Я буду смотреть на ютубе. Да? В смысле, все уже идет. У меня на телефоне все показано.
Замени.
Обновить.
Ну ладно. О, Сережа. Бля, какой.
Да, блин, музычку это нахер убрать, а то еще за авторский прилетит. Хотя пофиг. Лёс, бры.
Что это
Орёт.
за говно?
Ну это их типа презентует же.
Куда стрим с вебкой, кстати?
Там написано. У кого-то шина спустила. Блин, ну у этого чувака фанатов много дали. А вторых
О, Астерикс.
Астерикс. А я не увидел. Где-то в толпе был? А, это типа тренера тоже представляет? Ну ок. Опа. Походу он в розыске. На всех планетах галактики.
Не, у него ковид просто.
Да, и он такой, ну, за ручки пожмакался со всеми, да, нормально. А чё он в куртке, слышишь? Ну, да, даже я бы сказал, он в пальто.
А потому что он жирненький, знаешь, а у жирненьких есть такая фишка, кто себя типа не любит, ну там как-то, знаешь, критикует, комплексует и все такое, те в курточках ходят, типа, так не видно.
А, типа, мешковатая одежда какой-то, да?
Да, да, они готовы в плюс 40 ходить в куртке, типа, зимние, понял?
А это сейчас освистывать будут, проверяй.
Ну, как он его назвал? Геннадий?
Они Wariors. Геннадий, да? Среди них точно есть Геннадий.
Чисто Жора.
Лима, Перу. Нормально.
О, киберспирт. Ля-ля-ля. Отломайте ему руки, может играть
Мгм.
лучше будет. Такой идет, типа, да, я ж всех нагнал.
Его захейтили все. Да и вообще, они Warriors всех захейтили.
Туда. И...
Эгон. Он пигом сказал, непонятно, ну ладно.
Ну, потому что там не это было.
Никто не хочет, слышишь, никто не хочет руки пожимать, смотри. Ну все такие, типа, да иди.
Такой... Так, слышишь, сейчас же опять ходят в Китае там какое-то говно, они такие, не-не, тот в маске уже ходит, ну его нахер.
Я думаю, он в Китае и в жизни не был. Не то, что, блин, родился где-нибудь в Огайо, не знаю, в
В
каком.
Абхазии.
Да не, ну типа.
Киргизии?
Ну, блин, где-то в Америке там. Вот, твой любимый сейчас пойдет.
Холл. S-холл. Достаточно.
Ну, здрасте.
О, кажется, воспал.
О. Нормально. Это не у меня, это у них. А! Хорошо. Хорошо было.
Топовый
А
стример.
ну подожди. А что пишут? Лол. Рип. Типа пишут соло, ну, сот, типа
Поиграли,
вы на этот, наступил на кабель, слышишь?
Потащил с собой
Просто,
микрофон.
блин, херакнул интернет на всем этом.
Утащил системника.
Во всем Арлингтоне навернул. На этой всей херне. Нормально, нормально. Ну. Всё. Больше не будет. 33 900 человек, чтоб ты понимал.
Ну все, короче, да? Бан. Постримили, поиграли, там
Мгм,
киберспорт.
мгм.
А это, слышь? Ща, подожди сек.
О, нормально. На Ютубе есть все.
Слышь?
Да-да.
Они вышли, я думал, типа, спросить у них. О, появился?
На Ютубе я переключился, на Ютубе все есть.
А?
Я просто думал на Твиче смотреть, потому что, ну,
Ричпал,
типа...
хочешь сказать?
Ну да, я тебе говорю, этот... О, появился обратно на Твиче. Нет? Хера. Ну ладно, версимся.
Все. Куда его в качель?
It's a 6v6, including coaches on the stage. That's true. It feels like the Jade Dragons just have an army behind them with the fans here.
There's a lot of comparisons, apples to apples. Fans to fans might be a worthwhile comparison later on in the day as well when these teams are needing energy.
Немного более мыльное, конечно, все.
Это нормально, это смайт. Всегда все такое.
Опа.
О, ля какой. Ля. Два киберспортсмена. Слышь, нихера у него бицуха. Кнопками накачал.
Есть же какие-то мышцы, которые за указательные и средние пальцы
Да,
отвечают?
предплечье. Предплечье.
Типа так сколько надо в день натыкать, чтобы этот... Чтоб тупо подкачивалось.
Ну, там нормально качает. Там такие ловкие пальцы. Ну.
Атимана, говорит, играл в 6 из 7 игр, говорит, вряд ли ему его дадут.
Да, ну.
Подкололи его.
Рокаут вот эти покатись эти.
Нет, типа... Ну, типа зажги что-то такое. Или...
О,
Короче,
вот
смысл
это
фразы
хорош.
был что-то типа... Типа за косплей бога из игры. А там бог такой, типа, огромный чувак с этим, как его? С топором.
Dardes for the Jade Dragons against Mifflin, one of the best newcomers we've seen step on stage.
I mean, if we're talking Pagon, this guy has been a
Кстати, конечно,
force out of the
смурфы.
mid lane.
Мгм.
Gets a bit crazy sometimes. He's a loose cannon. But Dardes on the other side playing his own unique meta. He's gonna play whatever he wants. He's got the entirety of the
Так они борются за какое место?
За финал, ну, финал это.
А, это прям финал?
Мгм.
Так подожди, Драгонсов же вчера вздрючили, нет?
Нет. 2-2 ж было. Потом они 3-2 сделали. Ну, 2-0 они проигрывали, потом 3 подряд
А, они
выиграли.
3-2 сделали?
Да, да.
А,
Я, правда, у него Wariors, естественно, уже не смотрел, но они тоже выиграли. Каким-то образом, не знаю даже сколько. Потому что даже на
слушай,
ютубе
в
не сохранилось.
прошлый вот этот сезон же тоже было такое же соревнование у него
Да?
с Драгонцами в конце.
Нет, нет. В прошлом сезоне Jade Dragons были против Camelot Kings.
Ну. А Камелоты чё?
Они Oni Warriors проиграли в полуфинале. Но у них команда развалилась немножко. Как это называется? Переформатировалась, короче.
And this is the time I'll let you gush about junglers, because these two have been playing to the top of their game. And Panatom, as you said, incredibly impressive games. I mean, all throughout this tournament, all throughout this year. And he has this kind of eclectic god pool of what he wants to play also. He'll play that Athena just to be able to flex it somewhere else. So he's not just stuck on those more hard carry assassins.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys have evolved into role players, right? They're both able to play many different styles and provide whatever the team comp that they're in needs.
You ready for this one here, fellas? Let's look over at the solo lane. We've got SOT and Mika
Ты видел, да?
going toe to toe.
Jeez.
Ты пишешь, my wife, чё?
My wife left me, типа, бросила меня.
А,
These graphics. And I'll let the crowd speak for itself here for a moment.
я ж с мобила смотрю, тут мелко.
М.
In Myth, I think that is going to be important.
Ты уже улегся, что ли?
Energy and support.
Не,
It really
сижу.
turned that set around yesterday.
А.
A lot of
Или
us
вы
sitting
играете,
around
и ты
totem.
параллельно еще с мобила смотришь?
Fueled
Не,
into it. He
тут
played
не
into it.
пишу.
There's gotta
У
be
него же, кстати,
additional
всё уже
pressure on
надо.
these soul laners to control totem just to
Вот
keep
это
them
пацан
on
нормальный,
their
смотри.
side. I mean, I've not heard cheering like that
О!
in a very long time.
No way.
They'll fight over it.
Уника?
Oh, come on now.
Нет,
He's gotta bring
там вот этот череп, который он вчера отбивал постоянно,
What do you see?
он назывался Totem of Q. Ну, что-то там
А,
как-то.
понял.
И типа он...
Want to play for the
Все, типа, переименуйте Totem of Ника.
You're getting the crowd behind you cheering for these totems, and it means a lot when we get to these emotional finals. Like you're playing with everything in you, with everything behind you, and it's an emotional game.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to manage as well because it's something you don't deal with for the rest of the year. And then 1 set a year, 2 sets a year, 3 sets a year, you deal with the pressure of the crowd and you need to take the momentum away from the Jade Dragons if you're the only Warriors.
I'm judging by what I'm hearing that a couple of our players have joined Kelly over on the stage. Miff, I want to talk about normally the second game is the most important, of course.
А чё они все порасходились-то?
I actually think it might be game 1, and I might agree with you here in this.
Ну,
Do you think these two teams very
все вы.
momentum-based?
I mean, not even just these
Ты ушел,
when you have
ты ушел ко мне, они что, все сразу перестали играть?
setting the tone,
Не, они там
setting the
доиграли,
pace,
там Настя
letting
в
the other team know
Геншин,
this is
Денчик,
exactly how things are gonna go down
это ДБД.
is so important. The Jade
ничего
Dragons
нет,
always
значит.
been a momentum-based team. Important for the only Warriors to stop them there, but I think the Warriors
Да, там
equally
он
so capable of
спрашивает
running
в
with
чате.
that wind in their sails.
We'll talk a bit more about this matchup here.
Меня
Еще
спрашивают в чатике?
скинул скин на
Player
этого,
energy so
на
important
Огра
in
этого
moments in
ледяного.
games and sets like
А.
И он типа говорит, у
Kelly
него из
standing
жопы
by on
что-то
stage with a
призывается.
couple of our players prior to the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, please welcome to the stage Netrioid and Nika.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Two absolutely incredible players representing amazing teams that deserve to be on this grand final stage. Netrioid, an undefeated run so far. What is it that separates your team from the rest?
I think we're just playing pretty confident. We know that we are good players, so I think we just play our game. I think we're pretty smart when it comes to drafts as well. So yeah, I think that's why.
I'm excited to see how you guys
Такой
play today.
интересный
Now,
акцент.
Nika, you had an incredible run yesterday, going down 2 games, then reverse sweeping.
Ну, с Ники я вообще ору, такой стоит, типа, да, я сейчас все сделаю в этой игре.
Да, да. Но после вчерашнего, естественно, он может так думать. Но мне кажется, ему стоит все-таки посерьезнее относиться.
Он такой, я, короче, весельчак такой, короче, я покушал тут нормально так у вас в столовой.
PBM только, блин, да, типа, после PBM что осталось, то покушать.
Да, грыз.
I mean, it's kind of hard to say about the preparation without leaking something, but all I want to say is that they are great players, great people. I think I have a lot of respect for all of them, especially for Coast. I'm really happy for him. He's playing on the finals, so yeah, may the best team win.
Same question for you.
Да,
Obviously,
да,
you saw how
пента.
dominant Only Warriors was. What exactly have you and the team been doing?
Капец, а уже не
Блин.
модно хлопать в ладоши?
Какие эти? Но они им не хлопают. Ну, короче, они в тильте у всех. Они Wariors. Ну, за этого, за Джейка, которого они выгнали. Не за хер собачьим, скажем так. И за Генетика, который, типа, пропалился на гомофобии, короче, а у них этот, ну, там прям совсем.
You guys have been a great audience, honestly, and I think we all know that whatever happens today, I think we're going with a happy ending, right? So.
Nika,
У него за
same
катана
question
на
to you.
спине.
Anything that you would like to say
А,
before getting
Катана
into
на
the
спине?
Казалось, что оно с катаной какой-то, это ручки.
Ну, это,
рукоятью
наверное,
такой.
этот. А, это сзади, это типа
Да, да.
такой молот Тора.
And
Думаю, где она там
final
катану
question before
смогла
we let you
спрятать.
guys sit down. Is there anything that you would like to say to your opponents?
Not really. I mean, let's play some good smite. Let's give the audience some good games, and yeah, let's do it.
Nika, same for you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just have the best set we could possibly have, and best of luck.
I love to hear it, gentlemen. Shake hands.
Вы такой противный.
Good luck, guys. And we're heading back to the desk.
Да, вы еще десна пососитесь.
Типа, знаешь, такое этот напускное вот это вот дружелюбие, а сейчас сядут и типа вот, типа козлы.
These are the moments you talk about when you look at the Smite World Championship. Plenty of conversation around the Jade Dragons because of what was a dramatic reverse sweep yesterday. And Hazer, I don't want it to get missed here.
Боже, а быстрее можно подлет камеры делать, идите вашу жизнь?
Смотри, ну,
They've been the big dramatic headlines of the Dragons reverse sweep. The quieter headlines, but should still be a headline, is just how scary and just how clean this Oni Warriors team has been.
Absolutely. I mean, they proved how much
Это такой, короче, пойду после вашего вот этого матча, схожу в качалочку.
И до матча, и после, в принципе. И во время там, да? Есть для ног какие-нибудь такие небольшие эти?
Чтобы там сидеть и качать?
Ну да, типа как педальку,
поднимать
знаешь,
вес?
типа так хоп,
Да,
хоп,
нормально.
хоп, хоп.
Не, скорее вверх поднимать ножки с весом.
А, к себе?
Ну, наверное.
Не, я имею в виду ступнёй, знаешь, типа так.
Продавливать, типа, пяточку?
Нет, ну типа вот у тебя нога, и ты ее на себя тянешь, и этим груз какой-то поднимаешь.
А, ну, наверное.
Такие, блин, как винду переустановить? Чё-то тут Linux какой-то, блин. Всё.
Пятики спрашивают?
Да, да. Говорит, блин. Говорит, кто нам тут Linux установил? Ты? Да. Спросите у азиата, он знает, 100%. Говорит, я не понимаю. Написано Arch. Что такое Arch? Кто-то знает? Запиши. app get install. Жми Enter. Я не могу, где Enter? Такой, я знаю, я дома переустанавливал с Линаги на винду.
И не харч на гноме.
Да-да-да.
in terms of their strategy here is their hunter strategy. They see the first pick hatchy man and they take it away. They ban the
О, какая классная полезная вещь.
Это такой, пацаны,
Это не тактику продумывают, типа?
ну да, типа они там совещаются, короче.
Боже.
Вот так вот жмешь кнопку. А говорит, да я сейчас просто выдерну питание.
Мамма мия, пармезан.
Я такой, блин, никогда Linux не видел, что делать? Говорит, пацаны, я вас всех уволю, если вы сейчас мне тут винду не установите на Mac. Это такой, блин, питание отключилось, что делать, подавать вид или нет?
Слышь, они все-таки дали хачумана этому взять?
Да.
Ну, то сейчас будет смерть.
Возможно. Зависит, кого дадут драконам. Там же тоже чувак может быть прям, ну, тупо с этим. А, ну ему Анхура забанили, это, конечно, неприятно. Белона забанили, потому что Ника на ней вчера, две катки вытащил, ну, 100%.
О, рыжий.
Он такой, типа, блин, пацаны, как таблицу в Excel создать? Давай. Oni Warriors 0. Такой, блин.
Нахер не подушечки, типа, раздавали желтенькие?
Ну, это же, типа, такие штуковины, типа, пуф-пуф-пуф, громкие. Знаешь, как они громко стучат?
Так это понятно, только нахера, потом будет глобальный махач?
Не, ну они ж, типа, стучат одну об другую.
Так я же говорю, уже в ладоши говно хлопать.
Ну, в ладоши, видимо, тихо. Эти очень громко стучат, тем более в этом здании.
Да в подвале бы их поселили, хер ли там народу-то нет.
Это вообще похоже на какой-то ангар, блин, но написано типа стадиум.
Это какой-то собачий загон.
Totem for Smite 2.
Сюда...
Говорит, блин, слушай, я дома как-то Linux снес, винду пытался поставить, ничего не получилось. Давай не будем. Я такой, да подожди, сейчас я сяду.
Капец у них сложный там выбор, давайте уже фикайте.
Ну блин, ты прикинь, у них какая тактика, там бабло на этом, на счету. Говорит, ну вот, видишь, перезагружается, сейчас подождем. 99. Ты такой, блин, ну я говорил, не сносите этот Linux. Уже бы нашли, как пользоваться. Это такой, я вообще компании видел.
Objective damage, setup, CC, all types of stuff that this Jade Dragons comp wants to play around. And on the opposite side, I'm curious to see if the Warriors
Блин, не перезагрузилось еще. 99.
something like that Surtur, which we haven't seen Solar Troll play it yet, but I know he likes it. I know he
Давай я сяду, посмотрю. Так, пишем. Help. Как там, блин? Help. Боже, я думал, это обезьянка.
Они сейчас
Я
виндел.
не понял, что это ребенок. Ребенка туда прям.
Пусть винде формация пропишет.
Он говорит, блин, слушай, я тут перезагрузил комп и все зависло, что делать? Я такой, здравствуйте. Колл-центр. Да, РНКБ банк беспокоит. С вашей карты была произведена операция. Чтобы отменить, нажмите, точнее, скажите ЦВЦ-код на задней половине. Да-да-да. Пацаны, я говорил, Linux не надо сносить, но вы чё? Вот видишь, ты, кучерявый, я тебе сказал, но не сноси, вот сюда нажми. Нажми сюда, откроется командная строка. Ну все, пиздец, не загрузилось. 99% ипсот. Все, говорит, я тут все бесполезен.
Это у них дикпики, тебе не кажется?
А?
Какие-то у них дикпики.
А точнее?
Кухуль, Чернобог, они 6 киберспорта или что? Артемиду.
Я не знаю, почему они кукуля взяли.
Ой, не Мизиду, да?
Не Мизид, ты видишь? Ты знаешь хоть что-то?
Я с этим киберспортом скоро игру буду знать лучше, чем вы с Денисом.
Да, тут даже если спешите, они скоро все это провалятся.
Myth, anything positive to say about this Nemesis pick? We are not liking it due to lack of CC, but is there something...
Вчера уже писали, чтобы Ласбра не брал ни Мизиду, блин, потому что все ко мне было, когда он ее брал.
As counter initiation, there's some value if you're worried about the tanky front line of the Oni Warriors. Defense shred, it's a low-hanging fruit, but it's what Nemesis brings. She's got relative safety, double dash to avoid the dharmic pillars, but I agree with the other analysts here, Dave. I would have much preferred to see anything confirmable hard.
Тиамат жестко.
I will say though, last time we saw this 3 auto attack Jade Dragons comp, they didn't go for that exe. That's like the one thing I do want to see. If you're going for the
Пушер.
build the executioner. Allow your team.
Чернобог тоже хорошо, в принципе. Афина на поддержку не такое танковое, но нормально.
Yeah, it's going to make it very difficult for Panatom to play here. If he dash taunts and it gets beadsed out, he's getting namelted, he's getting...
А, это Пенитом будет играть на Афине? Офигеть.
This Osiris is going to be able to solo zone while that goes on. So this puts a lot of pressure onto Panatom, on this Athena. He'd better have practiced this and he'd better have practiced it hard.
Ну да, в принципе, у нее же ульта, блин, чтобы перепрыгивать на любого этого, своего кента. И поэтому она, в принципе, в лес неплохо может быть. С этими всеми приколами.
Probably won't be. We've seen this Tiamat incredibly tanky, but you're trying your best to stick to him, and now there's slows around you. There's the defense aura. You disrupt some of those auto attacks. The executioner passive falls off, and you're just losing out on some of this shred.
Anyone else?
Me too. I'm a little stressed up here, and we're just watching so far. We're in P's and B's, and it's getting a little stressful. But the one thing I really do actually really like about the Nem is that solo lane gank potential, that solo lane value that this Osiris will have with that Nem. Solo's gonna have to be really careful on this Ama to not get that dash caught out, because if he does, they can shred him before he can even get out.
Fellas, it's time to embark on a journey. There will
О,
be
этот
twists and
такой, ну
turns,
все, идите
ups and
нахер,
downs, but it
надоели.
starts right now. Game
Объявляю.
one of the grand finals with Gormizer and Trelly.
Thanks so much, Dave. And everyone there on the desk.
Блин, чё они такие, как будто бы они плакали?
Doug, who gives us the game. Of course, it's this amazing crowd here.
Себя правый такой.
Да. Говорит, татуху только что били, блин, больно, капец.
That's facing us, especially if you've been watching the bracket, if you listen to us at any point, Trelly.
На жопе.
Может быть. И Rolex на руке, говорит, жмет.
Не, Rolex набили тоже.
Да, ты тоже набили, да? Такое, типа,
Да,
как это называется? Бывают татухи, типа, голографические, которые переливаются?
Не знаю.
Great things to say about the Jade Dragon's composition, but as far as I'm concerned, they could play whatever they want. The electricity in this building to support this team has been ridiculous. If you got to see the semifinals yesterday, you know the crowd loves these guys, and they could play just about anything, right?
Did you see the graphic that had
Ну, короче, IBM уже 5-й раз, походу, подряд играет в финале. Только предыдущий он просрал. До этого 3 раза выигрывал. В этой же команде. Ну, точнее, даже так сказать, по-моему, он единственный из этой команды, кто остался после последнего финала, который который все развалил.
How does Pantheon have to play? And if anything, I'm surprised that it's him and not someone like Lasbro.
I mean, Gore, so much is on the line right now. Nerves run high. And so what do you do? What do you do to make your team life just a little bit easier? What do you do to make your team fight a little bit easier? Ease of engage, right? Athena Taunt is going to set up for just about everything. Pantheon can be across the map at any moment with the
О, забрали, такие, слышишь, забрали баф, такие,
more towards the support role. But maybe Genetics called it off. He said, you know what? The Ganesh is open. We can make a pivot here. We can flex that
65 на 35.
later on, it's going to be so impactful.
Right now, I know the desk was talking a lot about lack of CC on the Dragon.
Наваливает ему.
Spades over on the Warriors. It's making sure that it works. Eyes are on Lasbro. That last pick, Nemesis, took a lot of fire from the analysts. Do you think it's going to be able to hold on to its own? I mean, you know, they were struggling to find nice things to say, but it does help deal with some of the...
Ника забирает опять тотем. Просто все такие... Типа все, если Ника... Слушай, если Ника заберет тотем, вообще всем будет плевать. Типа просто забирай тотем, даже если ты проиграешь.
Да? Ничего больше не делай.
Типа да, вообще, типа, плевать. Все остальное мы тебе простим, но тотем, типа... Всё, тотем заберем и флот не опозорим, как говорится.
Да.
Блин, ну Кукулем вообще пропушить лайн очень изично, блин, с этими столбами закидываешь и все, блин, вперед.
Да. Не знаю, что Кукуля берут, но, по-моему, тема.
Ну, блин, не все могут его, не все могут его заюзать нормально.
Да.
Блин, Дардес просто на шоте ушел. Хорошо, что ни у кого, блин, нет этого. Ни ульты, ни блинка. Хотя у Пеннитома был блинк, да, у него был блинк, он не прыгнул на блинке, побоялся, что типа его башня завалит слишком жесткий урон еще для этого, для дайва под башенку.
I was talking about him yesterday. The epitome of hold W, it feels like, in a lot of these instances. There are times where you will question his play, but he'll make it work anyway. Right now, we're going to be questioning Nika. Lasbro getting aggressive.
Оба. Какой-то инвейд пошел, блин. Инвейд на синий баф. Нормально.
Nika, Lasbro on right. I just saw Mike and Coast in the jungle of the Warriors on left as well. And slowly but surely, Trelly, again, small golds.
А, это их. Они свой, да, стип взяли. 13 400 на 13 800. Еще пока не сильно. перевес. Но Ника там забирает еще один тотем. Очередной. Скажем так. Ника забрал очередной тотем. Пока он 3 тотема забрал. Тут еще пока ни одного.
Нормально.
Что-то он его пушит. Типа, если бы в игре, знаешь, был какой-то этот... какая-то награда за уничтожение тотемов, тупо Ника бы был просто топ-1. Типа, тотем-дестройер, знаешь, какой-нибудь, блин.
Нормально. Тебе тоже подвисло?
Нет, у меня не подвисло все.
У меня вообще подвисает.
Ну, нет, у меня, я смотрю на телефоне, у меня все идет нормально. Оба, борьба за тотем. Кто заберет тотем? 4-й тотем. О, Афина влетела. Будет ли размен? Будет размен. Ласбра сейчас закончится. Нет? О, все. Соло ушел. Просто на ульте влетел в Париж Кост и завалил слона.
But you also give the first blood to Coast. He's going to get the demos online a bit sooner. He's going to get the stacks online a bit sooner. And you better believe he's going to get aggressive in lane with that kill.
Now, like you said, you're playing with the hot hand. You recognize where you can start to put some pressure. Now, Coast, yeah, maybe he can't make the rotation. But like you said, that small lead can really start to steamroll. Not a lot of CC for the Dragons, but they're kind of buying that out with pressure. Luckily,
они уже решили вдвоем забирать синий баф, просто потому что... чтобы уж точно его забрать и не было конкуренции. Очередной тотем зареспился. Ника просто, короче, выполняет свою работу. Говорит, я заберу тотем, а там типа вообще плевать. Хоть трава не расти. 5 тотемов это 600 баксов. Ну уже 2000, короче, перевес. И в первую, ну точнее так, не в последнюю очередь из-за тотемов. О, вот это нормально, да, вот это хорошо. Тупо вот этот столб ураганный, блин, он просто выносит мобов. Ника решил посреди карты, блин, попытаться навалять. Очередной КД тотема. Смотри, там просто тупо борьба за этот, блин, за этот тотем. Просто борьба. 6-0. Хо-хо-хо.
5 Ника забрал.
Да. Просто ульту даже отдал, чтобы этот... Тупо, чтобы тотем оставался, блин, здесь. Генетик ультанул, но такой ульт. Не подловил, называется. Если бы у него еще троечка была. Не знаю, может она, конечно, у него была. Но он ее что-то не использовал. Боже, они просто ульты выдают, чтобы мобов застилить. Ника пушит. А там кадешится очередной тотем. Всё, типа, слышишь, пушил тотем, кадешится такой, все, я пошел. Типа, я свое знаю. Типа, я свое дело знаю. Тотем откадешился, я должен его отобрать. Просто болельщики послушают, блин, такие типа. 27 200 зрителей. На Твиче. Да, у меня. На Твиче. Майк ротайтнулся на мид. Что-то они как-то вообще это... Одного вот это завалили, и у них что-то как-то закончился. Какой-то бой.
Is there something else that's giving? I mean, the cooldown can be pretty massive.
Yeah, I think the cooldown's the bigger deal. If you could use it in the middle of a team fight, Pantheon might get a second taunt, SOT might be able to
Тупо,
get a second
короче, оператор, блин, тупо знает, что это. Только кадешится тотем, все, на соло лайн. Просто потому что Ника уже 8-й подряд забирает. И, я так понимаю, соло уже решил просто даже не пытаться.
We also haven't seen much rotation from either jungler since then, right? They show up in the solo lane, they get the job done, and then since then, Lazarus slowed down a little bit, actually fallen slightly behind Pantheon in terms of farm level, just now hitting 10 versus Pantheon, who is sitting there comfortably. Now you're wondering maybe where they're going to show left side.
Тройной прыжок.
Nothing too serious. Pantheon with a dash is able to get out of there. Charlie, it's 10 minutes in, it's 1-0. Still, about 1,500 gold over towards the Dragons. Maybe something more. Nika is walking in the jungle again, looking, fishing for something, someone to bite the bait.
Ника просто, блин, забивает на все, пытается пропушить.
Have a small lull. I'm going to ask the crowd right now, who is rooting for the Warriors in this set?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Pretty good, but
Кто болеет за Wariors?
it's the question on the other side, and you already hear some chants. Who out there is rooting for the Dragons?
Что-то как-то мало народу. А, Ника, короче, решил, что тотема ему мало, он теперь еще и этот КД баф подрезал. Оп.
Could be a risky call to let the Oni Warriors get any sort of pull or anywhere near this objective. The Jade Dragons, they've had vision, they've been around. I think they're doing a little bit of checks, right? They're not actually DPSing the objective. They're saying, hey, what would you do if we pull the gold through? What would you do?
Прыгнул так, как этот, как мешок.
But 12 minutes, fast approaching. The beacon is going to spawn in, and both of these solo laners fully upgraded the teleport. Both Sot and Nika make a rotation at any moment. As far as who's going to be more impactful, though,
Так. Что же происходит здесь, да? Будет 10-0. Будет? Да, 10-0 по тотемам. Вообще, неожиданно просто. Что происходит? Ника забирает тотем. Все.
Там вообще не интересно, что дальше
Да,
происходит.
да, типа, просто Ника заберет тотем и дальше будет стоять себе на лайне. О, сейчас все будут группироваться на миду, потому что маяк надо захватывать. Ну, маяк красный, скажем так. По крайней мере, пока что. Они всех повыгоняли. О, Пеган ультанул, ни в кого не попал, но ультанул. А, или это была способка какая-то? Я хрен узнает, я плохо знаю. Я мат. Ну, Соло решил просто между лайнами теперь за этот запушить хотя бы, чтобы своих ботов пропустить подальше. Но что происходит? Ника забирает тотем. Всё. Он даже не даже не перебегает на мид, чтобы помочь. Просто типа у него есть задача, он ее выполняет, типа все. Других задач на сегодня нет.
Ну, это мои полномочия.
there is not burst on the map that is going to counter Dardas at the moment.
Yeah, it feels, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the farm and getting to jump into it, but kind of unanswered so far from the Warriors. The Dragons have been able to amass a good stockpile of gold, 13.5 minutes in, 2,800 Trelly.
Here we go.
1,900 experience. They're going to go ahead, step up to the Gold Fury. Maybe just a heat check. Genetic spots it out. They don't want the actual full fight. They just wanted to see how quick the response time would be, and it was a little too quick for them. So instead, they back away. Blue buff maybe invaded here by Sot, looking for some of the damage. Dash is good. Strips part of it away.
21.
And is able to steal it away fully, but now you're in a bad spot. Lazarus in the jungle nearby.
Ноут вырубила уже.
Down just enough. You might have some backup instead. Ops the split ways. Lazarus goes towards
Все,
mid.
тупо. Тотем появился, Ника бежит к тотему. Все. Соло попробует забрать. Интересно. Он просто даже на него внимания не обращает. Просто, блин, тотем лупашит. О, первый тотем Соло забрал. Ты видел, типа, уважуха такой постоял, типа, ну это уважуха, короче, да, забрал.
But that's another danger, and right now it's been kind of sleepy. We haven't seen a lot of fighting in mid, and that's the sneaky damage that they can start to provide. Like if that tornado suddenly connects, all of a sudden
2000 перевес до сих пор. Не меняется пока ничего.
Also, and this is something we've seen in some builds with the breastplate early. Sometimes in the jungle can be a lot squishier than someone that you're trying to have initiate as often as you would like an Athena to. That's one of the dangers it feels like for Pantheon in this game.
And that's why I want to see the Jade Dragons, you know, look to be aggressive, right? Pantheon isn't doing that level of damage. Not the magic as Lazarus could do, right? He has the Hydra's Lament, he's got the Atalanta's bow. He's going to be doing some great DPS. Pantheon's looking more towards late game. He wants Bumba's hammer. He wants plenty of CDR. It's just a night and day difference, and the Jade Dragons should feel much more confident to fight at this.
О, уже снова тотем зареспился. Нормально.
Так, кто?
Сейчас посмотрим. Да, Ника опять собрал. Типа, все, говорит, это побаловался. Отдай обратно. О, Дардес ультанул. Уф, попал Пегана нормально так.
Primordial Onslaught does not outburst that ultimate any day of the week. Now they get to step forward. Remember, they have the pyro, they've got the
так, дайв под тир 1. Да, нету больше одной башни. Уже 4000 перевес. Ну, подумаешь. Так, теперь борьба за Фурию. Четверо Jade Dragons против 4 пацанов. Они Wariors. Ну, они Wariors, походу, забирают, да, забирают. Чисто потому, что у них генетик на Ганеше. Через Ганеше ульту.
Jade Dragons are still going to be okay with that, right? The tier 1 tower sort of helps equalize that play. It wasn't just the runic bomb. Lazarus nearby. It doesn't seem like Sot can die even with a nice gank. Just the dazzling offensive is going to get you out of trouble, and amaterasu so fast with that first.
Стоят такие, слышь, стоят. Сейчас придем, типа, сейчас этот.
Speaking of I guess just trading and also just itemization, straight up for Lazarus. Last time you checked in, he's got the same, so I have to imagine he's
А куда Ника делся?
in his pocket right now to spin. They're roll swapping. And yeah, he's got 20.
А, они свапнули, они типа поменялись. Понял. Кост теперь будет на соло, Ника теперь будет на дуо. Не знаю, просто так решили. Видимо, там больше у этого дамага. Ну, вольется, если это против соло играть. Они вчера тоже так делали. И просто в рандомный момент поменялись лайнами и все. 26. Хочешь, я тебе дам туда зарядку? Если ее типа не дергать, то нормально будет.
Did they trade back? They did. They sent Sot left.
Keep him over there, man.
Надо уже, типа, вот эту вот беспроводную.
Hey, I'm here to fight Nika. I'm not
Она Говин.
switching lanes
А на
wherever you
быстрой
go.
зарядке нету беспроводной.
А быстрая нету зарядки?
Ну, в смысле, прям беспроводная вообще?
Ну, типа
Как
как...
раз телефон просто
Ну
стоит?
да, да.
А,
Чуть-чуть.
такая есть. Я думал, ты про кабели тут.
М. Надо их найти. Да? Мне казалось, что Максим с ними ходил где-то.
The thing that I'm really curious about, if you go back a couple of years, he's having an MVP level performance on every jungle he picks up. It feels maybe kind of at odds with the typical style we see from Pantheon.
But remember, because we've sent the ADCs over to right lane, Fire Giant becomes so much more accessible. You don't have to make that rotation all the way over. They're already here, near the blue buff, just sort of staring each other down. More specifically, though, it seems like Pyromancer is what they're looking at. It's about to spawn in here in a couple seconds with Netroid and Coast. And Genetics and Lasbra are over here as well. It's basically the duo lane. They've just swapped sides of the map.
А, они тоже поменялись. Ага, просто потому что. Типа ты туда ушел, и мы туда также поменяемся. О, Полиномикон, это хорошо.
Because we usually would see it if a tower falls down in one side or you need some farm, need someone to catch up. Right now,
Генетик ждет, чтобы перейти Пироманта, но поздновато. Соло забирает башню. Вот там. Пошел файт за этого. За ФГ. 4 в 4. Нику поймали. Или Ника поймал, непонятно пока. Ника ультит, прыгает. Дардес убивает ультой Генетика. Соло тролль убивает Ласбра. Вапоришкост пытается завалить Пенитома. Пеган забирает Дардеза. Вапоришкост, скорее всего, тоже сдохнет сейчас от кого-то. Нет, забирает быстрее... Кого? Пенитома? Да, Пенитома. 3 в 3. Наконец-то нормальный, блин, файт.
Let's go in for Fire Giant. We've got Spirit of the Nine wins. We have the confirmation, but with teleport available, we made it over just in time. SOT starting it up. Netroid has the crit online.
Теперь Wariors пытается забрать ПГ. Пока у них есть перевес в 2 игрока. В одного игрока.
Что получается?
Не очень. Непонятно пока. Нет, получилось, да. Wariors забирают на 21-й минуте. На 22-й практически. ПГ.
FG on all 5 means they can play this one slow. Matt's a tier 1 tower. They still have plenty more real estate on the map to try and go for, but it looks like Primal Fury
Ладно,
has
что надо
caught their
валить
eye.
души.
Давай, спокойно.
Still very important. No one's 6 slotted just yet. Those recipes still locked in that
Маякнешь
last
потом
option.
что-то.
So the Warriors with
Если я доживу, конечно, я вряд ли доживу.
exactly what they'll do. This is where I want to see Coast using that global presence to
Давай.
his advantage, right? Splitting up the map, staying away from the Oni Warriors as much as possible until he has to fly in. At this point, you're just trying to find some gold. The Jade Dragons, they have good defense. Undying Love is going to be a great defense tool, and Dardes can clear waves like it's nothing. But there's a big advantage towards the Oni Warriors when it comes to actually walking forward because of Pantheon.
Earlier we were talking a lot of Dragons. Early game, up to even 16 minutes. Absolute control over the gold lead. Now it has swapped around. It's 1700. Not too much, 23
И казалось, что все так это, что все так хорошо, а теперь перевес 2000 у Wariors, потому что под ФГ. Резко вдруг все поменялось. Минус 2 первая башня. Генетик забирает, скорее всего, маяк. Нет? Побоялся сол маяка. Разменяли маяк на соло башню первого порядка. Теперь 3 башни. Скорее всего, сейчас еще и снесут башню второго порядка. Такими темпами. Ну да, башню снесут. Так, будет ли какой-то этот размен, или башня уйдет просто бесплатно? Вапоришкост. Дардес убивает соло тролля. Слишком уж сильно он туда влетел. Не троид пытается застрелить.
Says, hey, you cannot walk up to this ultimate, and SOT realizes he's not as tanky as he thought. The tier 2 tower is going to be a win, but Titans have been unleashed, walking up right side of the map. Pyromancer should be grabbed here for free by
Warriors просто забрали пироманта. Просто по пути. По соло лайну идут титаны. Может, это самая непропущенная линия для Red Dragons. Red Dragons сейчас заберут, скорее всего, пироманта и пройдут так же, как они потеряли свою соло-линию. Они заберут чужую соло-линию. И, возможно, даже с Фениксом, если сейчас у него Wariors ничего не придумают на башне второго порядка. Да, Fire Giant баф закончился. Genetic заблокировал отход для Jade Dragons. Пеган прожал мелкую вапришку, а Пегана все-таки завалил до второй попытки. Титан сваливает башню второго порядка, и у него еще очень много КПшек, а у них нет одного из керри. Они сейчас... Red Dragons, я так понимаю, идут на ФГ. А, но он еще же не восстановился. Еще очень долго, чтобы он восстановился. Но у них есть 25 секунд, пока нет Пегана. Хотя бы. Because I've already brought it up, might as well dial back in one more time. Another defense item for Panatom. He went Spear of Deso. That's the only damage besides the Bumba Hammer.
And again, do you like this style? I mean, he's gone in and taunting. He's pulled Mika twice, but it's only a little bit.
I don't like it, but I'm not saying I don't like it because it doesn't work. It certainly does work. But Panatom is arguably one of the best junglers to ever touch this game. A hard carry player, the Susanos, the Thors, the Dajis, and you sent him on tank Athena.
У него Warriors снова на ФГ.
Now it's spectral armor, very specifically, is that item. Not a ton of crit, and I guess I should add.
Спектральная броня. Ну, это же против критов. Естественно, Кост идет в криты, он берет спектральную броню, ну, типа. Хотя... Ну, просто, наверное, у генетика не было места для спектральной брони. Он чисто в релике, в башне. А Deathbringer пошел. У него Wariors тем составом бьют Титан, ФГ. Ника 1 против 3. Looking for the loop around. Instead, they fall back. Fire Giant regens back to full. Charlie, this is that awkward moment, right? The 2.5 minutes now until it's enhanced creates this dynamic between these teams. Who can step up? Do you want to burn it right now? Do you want to wait? Ну, будут они, блин, его бить, нет? Или они те попробовали, эти попробовали, и все. Ласбра стоит. Вард. Не знаешь, что здесь? Кажется, они байтят просто. Потому что Ника стоит там на красном бафе, и, видимо, ему не хватает пробития. Опа! Дардес. Половину хп соло-троллю сбрил ультой. Оп, Панитома поймал Ласбра. Завалит его, нет? Ой, Ника чуть не умер. Главное, чтобы никто не попал по ФГ, ФГ не завалил никого.
Those were some low health bars and some risky calls, but no one falls down. Netroid still full HP though, so does decide to go for a pyromancer pull.
IBM думает, нет, передумал. Пытался настроить просто на то, чтобы забрать нетроида, пока тот стреляет по ФГ. Ой, по пироманту.
Have been just fine because Panatom, Sot, and Genetics have been doing all the dive.
We've seen, I mean, this Hachi as well has been such a highly contested pick, mainly for Coast over anybody else, but we've seen Netroid a couple days ago on a Shibalanke who was just standing back as far as he could, free firing. You've got a little bit of range on this Hachi. It feels like if he can play that style, I mean, this is, you know, he's gone the build for it, he's got the play style for it, and like you said, without pressure on the beats, who can dive him? Is it supposed to be Lasbro?
It's not easy to get to a Hachimon at this point. Netroid has a red buff as well because Pagon's been able to eat.
Так, синий вард стоит на ФГ. Даже не один, много синих вардов стоит на ФГ. О, Генетик поставил хороший вард, сразу сняли красный один. Но там еще стоит. Они же видят его. Ну да, видят. Оп, убрали. Блин, ну они нормальных вардов понабирали, на самом деле, поставили. А у этих только у Вапоришкоста вард такой, который видят другие. И то они его даже почему-то не используют.
If the dragons get their way, you had highlighted the relics earlier. Now you've got beads for Lasbra. 15 seconds until Nika has them, and then 30 seconds on relics for Dardes and Kosik.
Ну, они будут, интересно, что предпринимать? Нет, они все забили на ФГ, скорее всего. Знаете, пока отстает. И по нетам, кстати, по домашке отстает. Очень даже сильно. Для леса очень. Соло забирает, скорее всего, очередной маяк. Успеет? Нет, не успел. Дардес хотел поконтестить. Соло Пенитон пытается убить Нику. Но нет, Ника уходит. Все получили по чуть-чуть домашки и расходились. Но Дардес, конечно, 10 тысяч опережает всех.
So Nika could be the target once again, but this Osiris does not die easily.
You had said it. This is the portion of the game the Warriors like to play for. It feels like between the taunt, having the dharmic pillars available to your name as well to add some shred in there, and we've mentioned the lack of CC.
3600.
I'm looking at the positioning on the board right now. It feels like they're already on the defensive with the way.
Ника в одиночку защищает вторую башенку на миду.
We also saw what they can do on a defense yesterday. Right now, not just holding on here, maybe even trying to get aggressive. What kind of
Но подловил Тиамат. Ника наполучал. Не так много, как могло бы быть, но больше, наверное, чем хотелось. У него Wariors пироманта пытается защитить. Соло стаскивает на себя пироманта, но те не отходят. Тиамат улетит. Короче, никто не может начать. О, там у этого Jade Dragons стырили. Ника стырил пироманта, но, скорее всего, поплатится за это своими хпшками. Нет, PBM подсейвил. Но у него Wariors решили, что они теперь заберут ПГ. Просто по таким критам влетает на фаера.
Why are they playing so defensive? The Oni Warriors used everything. They're going back to base score.
You've got the secure dart as reset. Maybe they want something else to be able to give them that extra bit of push right now.
Теган и Дардес почему-то регрупнулись на базу.
I mean, we talk about it a lot, but dharmic pillars is on such a low cooldown. Genetics almost has it again.
I mean, that Hagon used his ult, which sure, short cooldown. Genetics used his ult, short cooldown. Net used his ult, and they were low health bars. Like, I don't know what thing you're looking for.
Все отдали.
Still playing this one safe. There's no doubt in my mind the comms were clear. We are not pulling Enhanced Fire Giant without a pick. It's not going to happen. I don't care if I see low health bars. I don't care if I see everyone 1 HP. We are playing this calculated, and they've got plenty of time to do so. The Oni Warriors don't want to burst it, and the Jade Dragons don't want to start a fight. Someone is going to have to break this game open, and I bet it's going to be Pantheon. This Athena is going to either go too far or set up the taunt of a lifetime.
And look, yesterday, the Dragons' first game of a 5-game set goes 56 minutes. They do not mind burying their heels in the dirt and pushing back as much as they need to, holding on as long as they have to. Maybe they can find some openings, good slows. That's what this team has open to them. But right now, again, you had mentioned maybe the counterpunch is their strong suit. Pyromancer, not going to be up for a little bit. So right-hand side of the map, it's just this Fire Giant. The Warriors, unable to really find that opening. Who's got to start it? I mean, Pantheon, these blinks into a taunt have been absolutely massive.
Опошение вокруг ФГ. Никто не может первым зайти.
It's just so scary for Pantheon to blink in and go for a taunt when Mike is around, because once that Undying Love comes through, you've wasted your taunt, you're in the back line, you don't have Aegis, and Nardes is staring you down. Boris Coast is staring you down with crits and burst damage, so I don't think Pantheon wants to just blink in, he wants to dash taunt and immediately back up. Genetics is almost always there.
Netик постоянно срезает чужие варды. Блин, не знаю, я бы уже психанул бы и снес бы хотя бы вторую башню на этом, на дуал-лейне. Она там шотная, просто туда мобы не успевает дойти. И, наверное, это просто никому не интересно. И больше получат за этого, за фаера. Я уже почти все вкачали. 36-я минута. Очень-очень матч. Слишком мягкий, слишком аккуратный. Оп. Кто-то получил крит. Уже тут синих вардов, которые просто светят все. Просто дофига. Оу. Когда PBM туда успел вард поставить. Ника прогруппнулся. Break this game wide open, put the momentum in your favor, put the crowd in your favor. And electricity should be exactly what the team needs. Jade Dragon забирает пироманта. 4-го. А где? А, они не могут забрать, что ли, или что? А, забрал. Ника забрал. Просто? Ты видел там дождь со снегом? Ну, я просто повернулся, потому что вижу, что свет загорелся. We end up in this really interesting position where he can 100-0 someone now. Like if he can hit Net, if he can hit Pagon, suddenly we're having a completely different conversation about the fight.
Yeah, but this man has not used that ultimate yet, and for good reason. Dardes needs the cooldown. As long as that ultimate is up, that's what's stopping the Oni Warriors, and that's a Zephyr right to the face. You can see how much damage this Kukulkan can do. Metroid's gonna have to go back and lifesteal. That's my point. The Oni Warriors are trying to bait out something, and that'd be the go button. The second that ult's down, I have no doubt the Oni Warriors 50-50. And finally, Hagon.
Опа. А что произошло? Я нет пропуска кадров. Что за херня? Это, не знаю, зависло все. Может быть, но я просто не мог даже обновить страницу. Не, Паша уже спать ушел. Он еще без 10 где-то ушел. Готов там. Дыки.
Pagon's been sending around. And good defense from the Dragons makes sure that while their map state isn't necessarily the best, it is holding on as long as they can. 41 minutes in, 9 kills still on the board. And that enhanced fire giant, we've just kind of shifted the fight over towards mid lane.
Так, я пропустил, когда они еще вторую башню завалили.
Unable to lock anyone down. The Warriors just too close knit right now for them to jump in.
All right, man, you started up. Jade Dragons want it. Jade Dragons get it. Another runic bomb in their pocket.
On the board.
The Jade Dragons could go in for a pull.
The Dragons что-то копят бомбы для каких-то вещей.
They are playing so safe, so careful. You already explained why. The energy of getting a game 1 win. Too valuable, too much on the line for both of these teams to go for a risky call that is not 100% calculated. But the Oni Warriors have been the ones in the driver's seat. They go for this fire giant pull so many times just to see if they can find something. Lasbra loses the Magi Ice. That's a big deal. Next time he gets stunned, the beads will have to be the answer. But still, the dance continues. The Jade Dragons have not left their perch in the back camps around EFG.
And I want to ask you, and you know, this is where we're digging deep, but Shell picked up for Genetics earlier, and we've gotten to see some of that shielding, we see some of that safety, versus the Bracer on the other side, for support utility, especially for the way these fights break out. Do you prefer one over the other? Do you see the utility that both are going to bring?
Well, it just puts Sot down a bit because he has to get the frenzy, right? When Bracer is in play, the Jade Dragons say, hey, we've got our damage amp, we know where everyone's going to be acts as a ward as well. But because Gen X goes for more survivability, he goes for the shell, he goes for the med. Now SOT has to get that frenzy to try and buff.
SOT, скорее всего, заберет, конечно же, последнюю башенку.
Will there be an answer? Doesn't seem like it. This would be the opening the Jade Dragons want, but they're not going to go for it. SOT doesn't have a runic bomb though, so this Phoenix is not under too much pressure.
It's going to be a little bit of pressure though, nonetheless, right? Clear the wave, try to do something. Nika's going to match, and that should slow that down.
Ника пошел. SOT сейчас заберет, скорее всего. Этот не свалит. У него Wariors забирает ХГ. По крайней мере, пытается. Кто-то решил зайти сзади и навалять всем пятерым. Но не получилось. ПГ восстановился тем временем. Снова Fire Giant пытаются забрать. Такое ощущение, что они просто, ну, типа, прощупывают, чё кому этот, или как играть. Пеган идет. Нету. Ульта, Вапоришкост забирает Пегана все-таки с помощью ульты Дардеза. Пенитом шотный, все шотные. Genetic бежит попытаться как-то засейвить ПГ. Соло тролль. Jade Dragons забирают, но Ласбра, скорее всего, закончится на этом моменте. Нет, Ласбра. Дардес убивает Соло. Ника убивает Генетика. Остался только один Нетроид. Скорее всего, Нетроид сейчас, конечно же, закончится. Сколько там секунд? 30 секунд. И только Ласбры нет. Майк забирает на себя Феникса. 14 секунд для Пегана, но это, скорее всего, да, первая игра для Jade Dragons. Best of 5. Нужно выиграть 3. Ну нет, они так радуются, как будто бы они уже, блин, и выиграли все игры. 32-200.
When you look at it though, a Coast stands out, right? 5-1, able to get so much done, but the damage from Dardas, there's so much that goes into that. And the thing that the Dragons have, and we saw it yesterday, we see it there, they don't care how long the game goes, they will hold out and they will fight you on their own terms.
And I want to draw into attention how many times we've seen this. After the Jade Dragons, whether they lose, whether they win, immediately Mike says, boys, huddle up. Don't get too excited. Don't get in your own head. Stay control, right? We are playing this one slow, and they did not do anything special. They didn't engage a fight. They didn't overcommit. They sat there and waited. They said the Oni Warriors will mess up.
Спокойная, размеренная игра. Очень даже спокойная и очень размеренная. Даже и говорить нечего особо.
They get the job done, and again, Trelly, they get this first game, and how crucial of a step that can be. We've had tons of arguments over game 1 versus game 2, things like that in a best of 5. We're not getting into that now, but being able to look at what they've done and how exhausting on the world stage in Worlds Finals that can hold, that's really what I'm seeing right now for the Dragons and what they are going to carry with them into game 2.
They're on pins and needles the whole time, right? That whole EFG fight, one mistake, one taunt, one missed relic is the end of game number 1.
Да.
So, yeah, the stress will certainly
Ну, понятное дело, что любая одна ошибка, ты ошибся, блин. Даже опа. Долсон. Оу, наушники раскидывают.
Microphone, keyboard, mouse, headset, whole speaker setup down there as well. So we're going to do the raffle giveaway here in just a moment. So if you have your raffle tickets, get ready because we're going to pull the raffle number here in just a moment.
А, по номеру билета, наверное, да? Ладно, пока перерыв. Там музычка. Ура, закончил.
This is my first Worlds final, not as a player, but honestly still feels just as good. I'm really proud of.
He's just as big of a part of the team.
I'm really proud of everyone like sticking in it. Like after we were 2-0 down, it's
Да,
just poetic, you know.
перед
It's
большая
the
часть
time we reversed
команды,
it.
и он такой стоит сзади, просто молчит, они что-то обсуждают, что-то рассказывают, он такой...
It definitely feels pretty amazing. It's been something I've been very privileged to D2 multiple times now. I'm just very proud of my teammates and everything. Yeah, it definitely feels amazing, but we still got work to do. They played pretty
PBM
much exactly how I
просто
thought they would. I think as the set developed, I think
вечный.
especially game 3, 4, and 5, I think we predicted exactly what they would do in draft. Even it's weird because I'm sure they feel similarly when you play against players for, you know, Aurora and Cyclone and Winnie. I played against them for a decade now. You just know how they play, and they're just so clean. They're just such a good team at objectives. Their macro play, like game 1, they just won off of playing the map better than us. So yeah, they're just an amazing team for sure. It was a tough set.
And it's just very special for us to like finally overcome like beating them. Like the whole year they've had our number, and it feels good to like the last opportunity to just get the win, especially a reverse sweep. Like
Последний вагон.
History would say not well. We haven't beaten them yet this year, but I actually don't think that is as like damning as it sounds. I feel like for the Warriors that the most recent like SPL set we played them in the regular season, we had a very similar game to game 2 today where we're basically stomping them the whole game, and then we threw one fight of fire and lost the game off of it. So I feel like they're a team that we have a better read on. We scrimmed almost exclusively those two teams up to the tournament just because they're on the opposite side of the bracket. So I feel like we have a better understanding of how they want to play. I'd say our early and our mid game improved a lot in scrims, even if at times it didn't feel like it. If you're like, you know, frustrated in games, you're like running it down or having bad starts. I think we got a lot better at that area of the game. In terms of late game team fighting, I don't think any team can out team fight us. I haven't felt that way all year. So I just think it's about playing our game.
Jade Dragons all about rewriting history. Yesterday, reverse sweep in the semifinals to get into the grand finals. First for many of those players on the Jade Dragons. And in game 1 of our grand finals, break a bit of history both this year, handing the Oni Warriors their first loss of Worlds, and handing Genetics his first game loss ever on a World Championship stage. So rewriting history. Important for the Jade Dragons throughout the remainder of today. Welcome back to the Esports Stadium Arlington for the Smite World Championships here in Season 10. Love being here, and it's a great, great area to be, and all these fans making a lot of noise. And we want to look back at exactly what happens here in game number 1 during the Steel Series Moments of Glory. A lot of them for the Jade Dragons. Hazer, where's your mind go first?
Вот это жестко было, да, вот это было жестко, прям. Во-первых, засейвил этого своего на пол хп. Ну, кстати, блин, Genetic ультил на этой, на Ганеше прям плохо. В плане того, чтобы помочь, ну, типа, конечно, нахера берут для этих, для объектов, и чтобы своим помогать за этот, запушить. Но он забрал Фурию, по-моему, один раз. И первого этого, и первого ФГ помог забрать, но дальше там вообще было все плохо.
20% more power. There's so much damage potential on this combo. It's got to be taken away. Both of them.
Вот здесь вот, здесь было все. Лазбра только провалился. Им нужно было просто отваливать. И Троид по голде, Пенитом по голде просто. Пеган только по голде хорош. Ника, кстати, мало голды. Странно. Дамаж. Пенитом 8000. Genetic 9000. PBM 7000. Лазба, правда, 13, но
are playing jungle, you have got to build some semblance of damage to threaten the back line. That is the entire problem. And I don't necessarily mind the Athena in the jungle. I didn't like the Ganesh and the full damage or the full defense combo with it. I didn't think there was enough damage there at all. I think if they get this Athena again, I want it to go to genetics in the jungle and find something else, or genetics and support and find something else in the jungle.
And realistically, there was the opportunity to just go ahead and put that Athena over towards.
Ну и правильно, блин, нахера брать Ганешу, если ты не качиваешь ее хотя бы в половину дамага? Потому что на дамага нет от Ганеши, блин, с ее full div.
Right, it's about returning to their game because this is an Oni Warriors team that has been near impossible to beat. And so, Hazer, what do you want to see from the Oni Warriors resetting for game 2?
I think I'd like to see them switch sides and just ban out that themselves, go back towards what they've prepped. I think that draft from the Jade Dragons threw off their prep. They didn't expect the Athena to get through. They didn't expect to be able to pick it in those second and third slots. So it threw off their draft. They weren't able to convert with the draft that they ended up getting. And I want them to go back to what they prepared last night, what they talked about this morning, and what they came into this tournament intending to do.
Myth, do you think this is an opportunity for the Dragons, though, to go on a bit of a run? This team has been, I think it was Jithan's birthday yesterday, too. It's unbelievable how that works. We'll talk a bit more about what we're expecting as we get into picks and bans for Game 2 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors here in a best-of-5 grand final live in Arlington, Texas.
Печеньку пол-первого ночи.
And Myth, I want to look at the Oni Warriors and maybe some of the shifting around that they're hoping to do. Because I think Hazer's right. Maybe just a return to what has worked is the right path forward.
I understand why the Oni Warriors feel threatened in picking up that Athena. We've seen Lazarus threaten Athena jungle himself throughout this entire year. So in that position, you're always grabbing that god, but there is something to be said about playing your own game, and it's something Inbound and Hazer have done a great job highlighting. If something can just throw them off balance like that, it's the Jade Dragons every single time.
And I liked how the Jade Dragons kind of forced them into playing that, because as Hazer said, this is something that they weren't preparing to play. They were expecting that 100% ban rate, and with one other opportunity to ban it here, I agree. Yes, you're on first pick side, but it doesn't look comfortable. Play what you expected to play against, ban the Athena. So far it's led through, they have the opportunity again.
They get rid of what they believe to be the problems, though. Afro and Kukulkan, Mike and Dardez did go absolutely crazy on those picks, and they denied a lot of what Athena wants to do. When Athena dashed onto the Kukulkan tornado, was denying follow-up.
But you've let Dardez's best pick through. The Morrigan has been his bread and butter this entire year. One of the best base stance Morrigan players.
Wariors Kukulkana и Ходиту.
Talk about lane dominance and great early game.
Сразу же Ника забирает белону. Если он ушел эту, если он Аматерасу ушел на Осирисе, то что он на белоне, блин, сделает. Конечно, опять. Не будет Ганеша брать.
And the Oni Warriors, it looks like, deciding once again not to go for Athena support, at the very least. Ganesh coming through for genetics one more time. I'm wondering if they'll lock in the Athena. I think we're going to see them skip over it this time.
The Merlin I mean, back to the standard for the Oni Warriors. I think it's a really good pickup. It gives you that AoE persistent damage as well, the 100% win rate
across 5 games.
It's been very potent so far. But if it's going to be Maman mid, we don't know that just yet, but if it is Maman mid, that's a much easier matchup than we've seen her have to deal with so far.
I think there is that, but I also think when we go to that late game, I think Merlin is one of the few characters that has that outplay potential into the
поменяли.
And with that Tiamat locked in, we're guaranteed a Maman jungle, we're guaranteed this Tiamat mid, and this is taking it away. The Morrigan was available, like you said, and we've seen Dardez kind of go back to that. The Tiamat, I'm a little concerned about. Yes, it's a strong character, but I'm worried about that early game for this Jade Dragons outside of solo.
I really do like that, though, from the Jade Dragons, addressing the early game in the second phase of bans. If you're worried about not being able to scale up in a late, get rid of the Awelish. That god, so dominant on map, can really establish pace early on. Oni Warriors, similarly, though, addressing early game.
Yeah, they don't want to give Coast a comfort pick. Did look very, very strong on that Chernobog last game. I wonder if he'll be getting, banned away straight away by the Oni Warriors. Just as I say, they address it.
And I like the bog ban. I think Coast could have used the global a little bit more, but he was still a threat on it in the team fights. And there's still a bunch of ADCs available for Coast here. That Ishtar namely comes to mind, something that can kind of mitigate Hachi's early game, kind of farm up into that late game.
Никто не смотрит.
Another one. We've seen it a little bit. It's not been highly prioed. And then lastly, the Heimdall. So there is still a lot of options available here for Coast. And
к сожалению, никто меня нигде не смотрит.
But every time we say we don't want to see something from the Jade Dragons, they completely flip expectations on their head. I mean, this analyst was completely down on their last draft. I know Jingwei hasn't looked so great so far this event, but scaling late game damage, crit build now in Vapor's Coast back pocket.
Please crit build.
Please.
Придурки бегают. Барсик даже пришел ко мне, овсяное печенье украл. Ну я реально, я макал печенье, ел. Он пришел, сел на руки на меня такой. Я ему такой кусочек маленький дал, он сожрал.
Looks like they're going to be trying to dominate the solo lane again, get gold from totems, get that MP5, and be able to farm out the game. But I want to see what SOT locks in here to match that Bellona. I would like to see him go a pressure pick, maybe an Osiris, something like that that can match the Bellona in solo.
I love that point, Hazer. This is really a scaling composition, and generally when you see mid lane and dual lane scaling, you want something in the jungle that can match pressure early. Maman Brigitte isn't that pick. 2-3 items in, then you have that 100 to 0 potential. You're a massive threat on your own. Until then, you're really just there to clear jungle and try and keep people safe.
And I think you're both 100% correct. If the Warriors go for this Osiris, if they mitigate this Bellona, I'm scared for the Dragons. They don't have anything that they can really do and play through in that early game. And with this Gilgamesh lock-in, that's a level 5 spike. That's huge that the Jade Dragons can't really match. And this Osiris, there's so much pressure here.
Yeah, and it's not like their comp isn't scaling either. They have a Merlin, one of the best late game gods in the game. Maui Hover. We saw it dominate in the NA/SEC qualifiers. El Leon looking amazing on this pick, and we haven't seen it a whole lot at the SPL level quite yet. Will Mike decide to go towards it here?
And I don't love this. What else is going to be really pulling those beads that you can actually punish? If you hit that pull, yes, you're going to be getting those beads, but then you have to wait for your ultimate to be back up. Are you going to be able to kind of threaten that?
Normally, I'm all in on that, Bobby, but Maui has so much CC on his own. He's going to burn your beads with the first ability, pull you back in with the landfall, stun on the leap, pull on passive. If you want one dedicated beads burner, I think Maui's as best as you could do.
Я вот так сплю, понимаешь? Она по тебе не прыгает. Утром. Может быть, кстати. Не то, чтобы я был уверен на 100%.
I think it's the first time Athena will have gone unpicked and unbanned here at the Smite World Championship. Hazer, Baron Samdi for the Jade Dragons.
Very, very slow comp here by the Jade Dragons. They went late last time, and it looks like they want to go late again. They want to go towards these Fire Giant fights. I think they're really going to struggle to get through this early game with this comp. What I want to see from the Oni Warriors here is to run it down. Gilgamesh in the jungle, going to be dominant. Osiris and Solo can match the Bellona. Ganesh Hachiman should crush this duo lane. I want to see aggression from the Oni homies.
And if I'm playing Gilgamesh here, it's not even, I need to hunt down this laner. It's, I'm going to hunt down this Maman Brigitte. I want to meet her in the jungle, fight her there. There's so much CC lockdown now on the side of the Warriors. Every one of their side lanes going to play with immense pressure. You're not even concerned about what would be a normally pretty slow lane in the Merlin. Up against Tiamat, you have pressure there too.
And the one point is that I think the Dragons are kind of going back to is we're on the world stage. Games are usually a little bit slower. That means there's going to be pressure on the Warrior side to kind of snowball this game and get them in that, big lead advantage by the time it goes late. But if this game goes late and the Dragons are able to farm up, get those 4 or 5 items, this is a scary comp on the side of the Dragons.
Что будет утром? Будет теплее, да?
You're under pressure on the world stage. Genetics taking his first loss in Texas, you know? He hasn't fallen down a single time. How does he react here? Can they pull the trigger on these calls? Can they make the pressure count from this comp and get in there?
I think they can. I'm the only concern I have for the Oni Warriors is their ability to do the stuff after the stuff. I know Tom's in the building, but
He's in the building. That's a good shout
objective
out.
play, it's going to be tough. You've got really good burn potential. Ganesh, one of the best at that. Hachiman boosts your team's potential there, but there is no secure. That's not to say the Jade Dragons haven't got it either, but they do have a Jingwei. She's very good at defending Gold Fury because you're just able to leverage that passive to stay ever present. The Oni Warriors could very well find kills, but the stuff after, I'm not so sure.
Game 2 going to be very telling here in this set. I talked to some Dragons players earlier on today. They put a whole lot of importance on Game 1. This Oni Warriors team has been very difficult for the Jade Dragons to beat this year. Players thinking that if they can get through Game 1, they may just win the whole thing. Let's see how close the Jade Dragons are. Can the Oni Warriors bounce back in game number 2?
Well, that is the question that we're going to have to see answered by them here in Trelli. As far as drafts go, felt like the Warriors, although last time we were saying this, did a lot to get things in their favor. The question is how well they can control them, especially when the Dragons can hunt
Просто стоит, слышишь, у них за спиной, ну они стоят, и у них за спиной типа зал. И чувак стоит с бумажкой, короче, у него написано типа Твиттер, и типа его имя в Твиттере, типа никакой рекламы, знаешь, типа. Бесплатно на 32 тысячи человек.
Yeah, and I tend to echo a little bit of what the desk was saying. It's worrisome that the Jade Dragons have went so hard for the late game. They feel like they can stall this game out up against Sot on the Osiris, up against Panatom on the Gilgamesh. Of course, Pagon's not going to do too much heavy lifting there. This Merlin is going to want to get late game as well, and same with Netroid, but you've got the EI Jutsu, you've got some good stuns. It's not as if Genetics and Netroid can't find aggression early on as well, so the Jade Dragons, they really feel confident like they can drag this game out just like they did in game number 1. And if they do, if a Porsche Coast builds crit, this is a pretty gross composition very late on.
Well, it is
Он желтый взял.
the world's finals with the Dragons having the 1-0 lead and the pressure.
Эти двое взяли зеленый, этот взял желтый, этот фиолетовый. Рецепт. А эти два красных. Ну понятно, эти два красных, хрен с ним. Почему он взял желтый рецепт, интересно?
Now, Charlie, I also want to throw this back because for long-time Smite fans, this is a lane that you've gotten used to seeing, but years and years and years ago, Bellona versus the Osiris, this feels like it could have a lot of fire.
Definitely, and because of that,
С башкой.
might want to stick on this side of the map, right? You've got double teleport, so not as if there's survivability.
О, Ласбро уже просто нахватал. И Соло просто задавил Нико пока что. Соло теперь хочет на свою сторону тотема забрать, но Ника, мне кажется, даже пожертвует собой, лишь бы тотем забрать. Да. Ласбро все-таки закончился. Ну, конечно, с такими хпшками.
Wasn't able to use it because so much CC comes from Gilgamesh early on. Now, not only are you Maman jungle into Gilgamesh, you are down. You died. You gave first blood to Panatom. He is going to have so much control on the map. And Panatom with a lead on an actual jungle that can carry, that's scary stuff.
That is a dangerous territory. You had mentioned the Dragons, if they can hold out long, that
Ласбро идет помогать Нике. Но он второго уровня, Соло третьего. Ну, он там, скорее всего. Там у них есть? Вард нет? А Вард вот там вот. Да, но он там не прошел. Факту. Дроид забирает на себя. Ну нет, у Ласбро было нормально хпшек. А, ну да, да. Контролит до хера. Ну как бы, блин, за год ничего не поменялось. Панитом играет на Гильгамеш. Опа. Пришли два этих убийцы и типа играет своим. Тем временем Ника второй еще забрал тотем. Просто и спокойно забирает. Мне кажется, даже если бы он на регрупп отправлялся после этого, он бы все равно его забирал. Пришкостно.
On the bear, and this was a pick that for a while he was undefeated on. It went for a very long time, but since then has taken a few L's. Still a great pick for him to go to. Not necessarily a terrible matchup either. You don't want to, use the dharmic pillars right on top of that life of the party because you get some mitigations, but
Ника все равно забирает, даже Соло все равно взял Осириса и забрал у Ники Осириса, но он белоной забирает его еще легче, мне кажется. Так, класс 2 пришел помочь. Окей. И уже докачались до 5 уровня. Соответственно, ультимейты у всех есть. Гильгамеш. Ника. А это что, Гильгамеш уже близко, скорее всего, это будет второй килл. Нет?
Stunned, the CC chain is just solid, but they go in, winds of Shamash, the damage, the dodge though, it's a little stronger, but the fade away from
Сирис забрал.
everything you need, and it's a 2-0 lead, Warriors.
And that's the benefit, exactly that. You use your ultimate to confirm a totem, you don't have Eagle's Rally, and SOT puts you down with help from Panatom. So much lockdown coming from the double warrior squad here. Life of the party pulls in genetics, but it looks like both teams are going in.
Yeah, Coast low force. Netroid to fall back on the ult. The damage, oh man, the fadeaway again. Just there. Not able to find the full secure. And now full pressed up against this tier 1 tower line. The Dragons daring the Warriors to fight back. And the Warriors, as of right now, in solo, they say yes.
Прям такой был, знаешь, типа...
They can't.
No, not into Baron. Mike is on point with the
Вот бы где-то кто-то врезался из них.
Oh, the drop kick just off the mark. Remember, Lasbra has that ultimate for CC immunity. Didn't feel like you needed to use it, and it was close. If that kick connects, you may be falling down.
Гильгамеш пошел второй раз помогать на соло лейн.
But remember, the Jade Dragons were never playing for this stage of the game anyway. They want to get later on, and so far, not the biggest deal.
I'm gonna watch solo lane. Maybe like a hawk.
Ника забил, что ли, на тотем?
Drops that ult because Sot has been in control of the totem, at least the last one, and this one, it looks like, going his way. And Nika's dominance in lane has been a pretty significant portion of success in the Dragons' wins. You go back to Game 4, Game 5 yesterday, Game 1 today, and while Game 1 takes a little longer than some of those others, it is built upon this early lead. I mean, 2,000, 3,000 gold that the Dragons were able to cultivate seemingly from nothing.
Yep, not going to be the case this time around. More so even SOT has been fighting back, and that's what the Osiris can bring. It's not as like the Amaterasu, which has to stay back, has to play a little bit safe. He can scrap with this pick, and so far that's exactly what we've seen. Actually, 2 ward chalices coming through from the support. That's going to be a heavy investment. You can't really get the sentries if you are Polar Bear Mike because you have the Baron's Brew, but you will have the left side of the map lighted up like a Christmas tree. No ganks will be coming through to the duo lane without the Jade Dragons having at least a semblance of an idea that it's happening.
You can tell he wants more for the fight. Life of the party is really going to be the key for if he can find anything. Once he jumps up on that coffin, that pull, that vortex that it brings. I mean, very similar to what they were looking for when they hovered the Maui, but it brings a lot of control. Lasbra comes over towards right again, tries to give Nika a little bit of pressure, but you got Panatom walking in. Cooldown
Panatom, Lasbra.
Of the Warriors. And it seems like the Dragons recognize they don't want to take the rest of this fight. Sot falls back, Panatom runs into the jungle, and everything comes out as a small reset. This is also dangerous, just watching specifically where Panatom is going and knowing when his blink is available. It just feels like at any given moment, especially in mid, something could just go wrong.
And that's because Lasbra has to sort of follow, right? He's over in solo lane. He knows where Panatom could try to get aggressive. And Lasbra is here sort of as a deterrent. He's not looking to get active himself.
Как он так спит? Может, пошел в душ сходил, да, этот... Или уже поспал часик. Что они?
a lot of character.
A lot of numbers on the left-hand side. Lasbra maybe looking to see if he can find just somebody, anybody who steps out of position. Unfortunately for them, the Warriors fall back. 8 minutes in, we had an explosive start to this game, 2-0. But Trelly, the gold, virtually even, slowly shifting.
Зачем тебе морепродукты?
And now we're entering, you know, totem conversation where we're entering, you know, at least those last moments of this early game as we transition into the mid game and looking at items, looking at starts. And specifically, I'll ask, because we don't see him a whole ton, where do you expect to see this Gilgamesh go, especially with his build?
I mean, so far it's been a lot of right lane, but Pantheon, the world is his oyster. He is one of the scariest characters on the map currently.
Нормально. А разве можно, ну, типа, столько держать сломолочку, типа, в холодильнике или как? Ты ее сегодня потушила, завтра будешь есть, она не испортится даже в холодильнике. У нее же есть там определенный срок хранения. Ну, типа, блин, все равно у них есть срок хранения. Ника уже забрал 5-й. Это там, скорее всего, тоже. Но если ты что-то тушишь в сливках, они могут 5 дней храниться. Паша говорит, морепродукты потушил в этом сливках. И типа говорит, что они 5 дней так могут хранить. Холодильник. Нет, 2-0 это пока что в этом матче. Так пока 0-1. Пенитом попадает на много контроля. Through as well from the Osiris. This is the Warriors showing their hand. They want the Gold Fury, like you said, no love for the party, and already have help for Mike. Has to play careful. Pantheon in the back, jumps onto coast, takes him down to half a pace. Майк забрал. Ха-ха. Ласбра закончился. О, просто сейчас тоже закончится. Стардост забирает, не забирает. Блин, это странный размен. Стардост заберет? Заберет Метроида, да. Сильно заигрался. Ну понятно. Хорошо. Трипл килл на трипл килл. Это хорошее, вот это я понимаю, блин, а то там до 30-й минуты вообще ничего не происходило. Временем после небольшого перерыва в 2 тотема Ника продолжает просто забирать тотемы. Ласбар уже 2 раза сдох. Спасибо. Gets persistent teleport, but he just stuck over in right lane, no problem at all. Mike, with the juke shoes, is going to run away, uses that ultimate, he feels like he's in some danger. Genetic попал на ульту. This is all setting up for a beacon fight, by the way. 18 seconds, and that beacon's going to spawn in. This time, Nika actually could teleport it. Маяк.
9 kills on the board, control towards the Dragons, despite the kill count being towards the Warriors. And like you said, 6 seconds. Until we will see this beacon spawn in. We've seen some large groupings, we've seen some absolute ignoring of the beacon. And so the question is for the Warriors right now, are you going to step up? Because the Dragons have control, they're already 3 force through, charging this. And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answer. Easy beacon, maybe. An easy fight, no coast, forced to ult away. Metroid Pantheon playing aggressive. Watch Lasbra looping around once to find someone knocked back away from Pantheon.
Там Metroid попали тут в засаду небольшую. BBM тут. Ну, сейчас, скорее всего, BBM закончится, конечно, да. Пост. Ника. Соло, скорее всего, заберет Ласбру. Неужели? О, блин, я не знаю, что он там делал. Он ждал, чтобы Ника пришла. Но тем временем они даже не впереди по голде все равно.
I want to see Net back and head right to it, and it seems like that's the call. The Oni Warriors will not stop. These objectives belong to them.
Now you said what the Dragons are waiting for is a late game right now.
О, кстати, Соло успел забрать еще один тотем у Ники. На этот раз он не отдает. Это про тотемы все забыли. Ника занимается чем-то другим. И Соло забирает тотем. М4, блин. Ника влетел.
The Jade Dragons are sitting just fine. You know, as far as objectives go, they were able to steal away that Gold Fury. They are not too far behind it. They can't fight, but they have to respect the damage of the Oni Warriors. They have to respect the energy in this building. Tom heads over to left. He wants a Porsche coast, catches the dash.
Просто опять попал. Какую-то. Ну, все. Это плохо. Это просто, ну, типа.
From the Warriors and Trelly, it's because there's something more tantalizing than bullying the support. Instead, it's the Oni Fury and deep.
Ну, Тиамат, кстати, перевешивает сейчас Мерлина. Ну, Белона, понятно, тоже перевешивает. Размен. Нет, не успели пироманта забрать. Думал, будет размен. И Фурию забрали, эти пироманта. Лорд тролль очень жестко. Драгонс забирает пироманта. Ника станил Вегана. Финитом поймает Ласбру. Поймает. Не захотел на него.
Picks up the runic bomb though, could be used to just destroy a tier 1 tower, put some more gold in their pocket. Notably, Dardes still 3-0, remember. Some of these shutdowns have been important. Netroid got shut down.
Неtroid только на этом и играет.
But the Oni Warriors, traditionally in the season, Gord, they were not ones to sit back, they were not ones to play for 30-40 minutes. They were pulling Fire Giants at about this time, even with gold leads or gold deficits like this. With Netroid already having crit, that is certainly a possibility here. Vaporish Coast goes to dominance. It's going to be a while before he can match that DPS of this Hachiman.
Doesn't help. Net's 6-1 right now. 6 of the 9 affected kills. You're going to need more from Net. Maybe a little bit from Lasbra here as well if they want to get aggressive on the side. Doesn't seem to be the play. This Momon, we see. First couple of levels can show face, although unfortunately for Lasbra it was a fall down. Then late game, you've mentioned the late game a few times. We're 17 minutes in, we're getting to that portion. When can I start to expect to see Lasbra turn the tide of how this game has gone?
One more item would certainly help, but he's got nothing on Pantheon at the moment. Itemization-wise, he's going hybrid, he's going bruiser, and he can do so much. So, unfortunately for Lasbra, he is playing on the back foot here, same as Vaporish Coast. They are just getting a little bit overwhelmed in their respective roles. Panatom can do no wrong, but it's not as if a level 15 Mammon Brigitte is not a threat. Lasbra needs to close gap onto people like Pagon. That'd be your good target if you are looking to get your damage off. Speaking of, Nika taking a lot here.
Already half health. It's a fight post-beacon. There's not too much on the left-hand side to gain. And I think the Warriors, are more specifically the Dragons, recognize that. He doesn't go in. He doesn't leap forward. because there's no point to it unless they can make something happen over on right. Instead, fall back, reset, try to spin some of the gold. It's, again, just so small in their favor. Maybe some pressure goes for the life of the party on Mike, but not able to find the pull onto Pagon. Dardes waiting for the follow-up, but not able to get this kill. But the confidence right there for the Dragons, Strelly. That is what's speaking to me right now. The Warriors, the last couple of fights, very, very massive turnarounds. But because the Dragons are not only willing to still step up, but still putting pressure all across the board, getting a tier 1 in right as we speak, they're making sure that they are not just...
И они все равно выигрывают по голде. Чуть было, но уже больше. Почти 1000.
Not so much a lead at the moment, they're looking relatively even, but the Jade Dragons still commanding their presence around the map, not too afraid to step up. It's mostly the duo lane, as far as I'm concerned, and Mike has been very aggressive. He's been trying to find pulls, he has been trying to find engage, and look at this, just some ward coverage now, but Netroid has made the rotation.
Том налетел на Дардеса, но особо не сделал.
160 seconds before it comes back up, and Dardes will feel that pressure. Massive turnaround in that first fight, but he needs something a little bigger. Nika as well over on the right-hand side. Just playing poke for the current.
Ну, блин, пока что ты видишь, слишком рано еще, они до 20-го докачаются, а в 20-м там уже не будут особо париться по поводу лайнов, уже будут сражаться за каких-нибудь ФГ, Фурий, прочее. Вот видишь, они пироманта потихоньку и Фурию пытаются разменять. О, нифига, Ника там впрыгнул. Ника очень застаненный, и очень мало у него хп. Что там сот делает? Ага, он в засаде был. Но Дардес... Что? Дардес закончился. Ласброс заберет Пенни Тома? Заберет. Ника забрал. Дженетика надо забрать. Метроид забирает Ласбро. Ласбро забирает Дженетика. Метроид Вапоришкос забирает. Пеган там шотный. Ника это сколько? X3? Дадут ему сота? Да, 3. Вот тебе, пожалуйста, нод на джеб. И, соответственно, пока они на КД попробуют забрать, потому что у них тоже как бы не особо много домашки. Ника будет все это впитывать. Пенитом очень близко. Он может забрать Нику. Ну, конечно же, Fire Giant он не заберет, но Нику заберет. Мог бы забрать, точнее, если бы пошел. Да, почти 5000.
Does listen to our qualms. He does listen to the desk. He builds that demon blade, and the Jingwei crits are flying true.
I mean, talk about kicking the door down as well. He comes into that fight incredibly late, Trilly. And this is something we'll see sometimes with a Jingwei. Right now, what we're seeing is a primal fury for Vaporish Coast, and it should be a pretty simple secure. So now, Fire Giant on one side. And this is a two-part question.
Gold Fury забрали. И объекты, короче, к себе при этом. Прижучили. 4, кстати, Сол.exe забрал 4 тотема у Ники. Опа. Тиамат. Это минус 2 башня. Да. Очень легко. Просто пришли и просто забрали. Так. А, и на миду? А, нет, на соло линии. Понял. Хорошо. О, вапоришкост какой криты, блин. А кто забирал предыдущие два маяка? О, за маяк они что-то борются. Маяк это тоже кадешки. Нет, смотри, Gold Fury, она дает денежку всей команде. Это как бы один и тот же объект, ну, то есть он в одном и том же месте, но у него 3 итерации разные. Первый идет Gold Fury. Потом идет Oni Fury, Primal Fury, да, Primal Fury. Потом идет Oni Fury. Короче, Gold Fury это просто 300 голды на каждого. Primal Fury, да. Но они по очереди там появляются. Вот видишь, она зеленая сейчас. Кадешится, значит следующая будет зеленая. Первая голдовая фурия. Она дает просто 300 голды. Зеленая фурия дает больше урона всем миньонам в этом, как его, боже, в джунглях, ну, для каждого члена команды, кто в этот момент был жив. А Oni Fury дает мощных мобов на один раз, по-моему. Или на какое-то время. Типа мощных мобов по лайну. Поэтому мы, когда всегда играем, мы обращаем внимание на цвет, мы особо, ну, типа, Gold Fury можно забрать, но это просто 300 голды, короче, на всех. Это, конечно, прикольно в этом голдовом эквиваленте, это, конечно, на команду 1500, но, типа, не особо продуктивно по сравнению с мощными мобами на лайне. Они могут даже башню снести спокойно. Без твоего участия. Так, там по этому сплит-пуш происходит. По этому идут по лайну. Ну и там очень сильно просажен. Минус 2 лайна. 51 на 71, если что. Практически 10 тысяч разницы. Плюс 9900. 9999 практически. Уже больше даже 10. КГ скоро восстановится.
But at the very least, the Fire Giant has fallen off. The Jade Dragon split up, and it's the Warriors with the aggressive positioning towards the Fire Giant. They've got their ward coverage, and they might be trying to set something up in the jungle. Sitting around corners, waiting to see who's going to walk up. Nika might not be the target you want, but they'll take what they can get.
Anybody you can find. Like you said,
ну и опять сейчас весь файт будет вокруг КГ. Потому что на свою сторону перебить будет очень даже хорошо для Wariors, потому что они вроде как выигрывали. А сейчас они вроде как не очень хорошо все. Они решили бафы подрезать. Они решили сначала их спушить. Ну и на всякий случай, может, кого-то они срежут. Дроид пытается защитить последнюю башню. Вапоришко что-то просто обнаглел и пошел сам, забрал ее. Просто под башню зашел и все. Генетик. Чуть-чуть просажен. Это не Том. Ника. Ника ультит. Ультит, но очень много сразу же просаживается. Вапоришко просто просажен сильно. Не знаю, зачем он это сделал. Генетик на Вапоришко, но это плохой размен. And that's gonna be Dardes to make sure at least Sot, Netroid, half health already, forced to fall back Соло половинчатый. Нитроид побольше. Эгон по нетом забирает Лазбру. Не забирает. Успел. Нитроид шотный. Просто никто не может его забрать. Он сейчас Лазбру заберет, нет? Да, Ника забрал Нитроида. Минус дуо. Пироманта тоже заберут. Сколько у них еще? Один. Воу! Не забрал. Живые руник бомбы. И нет. 12 тысяч.
You've still got 15 seconds before Netroid is on the board.
15 секунд, да, без керри. Ну, скорее всего, они, конечно, все это сделают сами, заберут, потому что никто не рискнет туда прыгнуть. Очередной ФГ. Скорее всего, минус Феникс один будет 100%. У кого? У PBM и у Ники. С PBM прыжков с Дардес и Ника и Лазбра. Один на одного пойдут, другие на другого. Соло старается защитить. Дардес заюзал мелко. Или это был ульт?
As well as Lasbra splitting off from the rest of their team. One putting pressure on left, at least proxying a wave now. The other in mid.
Попытаются ли они на них зайти? Лазбр пытается разделить их еще больше.
Wants to start this engagement. Phoenix already getting a little low here on the right side of the map. But look at the split. Remember, Nika is the one with the rune.
Ника просто запрыгнул на левого Феникса и кинул в него бомбу. Вообще без особых проблем. Феникс на шотах. Сейчас будут они ждать, видимо, этих своих миньонов, чтобы зайти и просто снять его. Да. Вторая бомба. Нет, они без бомбы его так снесли. Это какие-то вялые эти потуги, давайте. Лазбра просаженный, Ника просаженный. Это плохо закончится. Понятом. Да. Плохо закончилось. Трое на двое не смогли. Не смогли. Главное теперь. Тут остальные не валились туда же. Минус 50 секунд Лазбра и Ника. Дардес и Костыч. Это самый главный. Курию заберут, да. Это Primal Fury сейчас она. Ну, блин, 14 тысяч уже.
Fire Giant will be coming back up shortly. I don't think the Jade Dragons, because of how long that siege actually took, have an opening to go in for another push here. But man, the Oni Warriors, that was smart. Genetics said, you know what? Give up right lane. I'm gonna come over and left. 3v2. Lasbra and Nika, they cannot run away. Too many slows, too much engage.
Ну, забирают. Як вообще без проблем. Я уже у него Wariors. Без этого. Уже просто Дардес наспамил своих чуваков. Посмотри просто, как они бьют инлайну.
3-1-3 for Dardas, but it's 1-4 right now for Coast. Despite the fact that it's a large turnaround, you even go look at the damage charts. It's not as high up as you maybe would expect or hope.
Ну да. Романта они опять забрали. Бомба опять у них в кармашке.
Either once Nika drops a ward and picks it up, and there it is into his. But on the other side, 4-1-6 for Sot and 8-3-1 right now for Net. It feels like you really got some pillars in your side lanes from the Warriors.
You definitely do, with the Jade Dragon still playing with the momentum here. Those runic bombs have been able to
Даже Титана уже чуть-чуть подкусили.
heading over towards the right side of the map. Take a look at this grouping here, Gore. The Jade Dragons heading over to left, maybe just for the shield buff. But if they're on this side of the map, it tells me they are looking towards a fight, right? Or at least going towards that left side bird. I don't imagine they stick around too long, because again, Enhanced Fire Giant will be touching down shortly, and your siege gets so much easier. One Phoenix was difficult, or defending one Phoenix, I should say, is difficult. Enhanced Fire Giant makes it so much harder. The Jade Dragon still in a commanding position, gold-wise, to be the ones that get aggressive here. It's not as if the Oni Warriors are going to roll over. They step up, they can defend. Their fire minions are very close to the Enhanced Fire Giant. But still, stalling this game out. That's what the Oni Warriors need to accomplish. They need time to get some items online.
Let's talk about the FG pit, especially since Sot is able to
Лорд роль тут один. Метроид защищает соло лейн. Просто ради того, чтобы хотя бы, ну, сразу пионы не свалили этого Феникса. Они Warriors не подходят пока к ФГ. Но и хотя и Jade Dragons тоже. Дардес получает очень много. Ника, шотный, отлетел. Слишком упоролся, кажется. Генетик только шотный. Все остальные вполне себе с ТПшками. И, скорее всего, сейчас наберут ФГ. А, это уже EFG будет. Ну, только если они не подрежут его Ласбра. Майк. Да, Майк подрезал. Метроид Ласбру забрал. Вапришкос забрал соло тролля. Потом забрал Вапришкоста. Ника скоро восстановится. Очень жесткие мобы сейчас пойдут.
Considering SOT's also gone, it looks like the Oni Warriors have nothing to do but sit around. That's not bad at all, Gore. I mean, Enhanced Fire Giant, even on just one member of your team, is a big deal. And the Jade Dragons already had all that gold in their pocket to back up their siege. Add the runic bombs into the mix.
14 тысяч разница в голде. Я не знаю, это уже, наверное, на 20 уровне вообще никак не... Разве что ты можешь перекупить что-то другое. Спектральная, спектральная. И вторая спектральная. Ну ладно. Тони Фьюри, да. Хоть немножко миньоны пойдут пожестче.
Do we swing left? Do we swing mid? Where do they put their pressure?
I think the Jade Dragon should group up, grab Pyromancer first, of course. These runic bombs have been massive. They can take their time. Mid, Phoenix, left side Bird are still targets. I'm telling you, even with just Dardes having the buff, that should be enough for them to feel confident to step forward. Because they already have that right Phoenix down the map.
Dragons опять пироманта забрали. У них 2 бомбы. Не знаю, это просто можно зайти и 3000 внести. Сколько-то там. Ну, видишь, тут Jade, ну, типа, у него Warriors явно сейчас не до замесов. Им нужно хотя бы сохранить. Так, чтобы Феникс восстановился. Они просто не успевают это сделать. Тем более под ФГ сейчас. Под ФГ вообще забей. Мне кажется, сейчас будет следующий этот. Какая типа самая непропушенная линия для Dragons? Либо центр, либо этот.
And a reminder, 37 minutes into this one, the Jade Dragons just delivered Genetics his first loss on a world stage. And now they are trying to set up and do it a second time in a row. Put
Теперь они могут не запариваться над самым правым Фениксом и запариться только над центральным. Лазбра Ника. Лазбра Ника, у них 2 бомбы. Они могут их кинуть и... Ну и Феникс свалится. Под 2 бомбами, 100%. Феникс левый. Давай, да. Майк забрал. Минус 2 Феникса. Просто минус 2 Феникса. И теперь просто забей, какие будут жесткие миньоны. Плюс ФГ. Нет, ФГ закончился у них, к сожалению. Просто им теперь надо отбивать все. И миньонов отбивать, которые будут просто проходить. И еще пытаться защитить Феникса. Лазбра получил очень много. Эгон не троит, Лазбра забирает. Майк забирает. Майк, интересно, видит, что он? Да. Минус 3-я птица. Половинчатый уже Титан. Просто миньоны со всех сторон пушат. Минус опять. Только восстановившийся Феникс. Соло пытается завалить PBM или Вапоришкоста, хоть кого-то из них, потому что они оба шотные. Пост уходит. Пост заберут? Пенитом. PBM. Ладно. Пенитом забрался. Не трует по PBM. Дардес соло убивает. Боже, все. Ну тут миньонов даже заберут.
You can hear it out there. They've got the support of the crowd behind them. But immediately, just like you said after game 1, huddled up, making sure that the conversation continues to make sure that they can keep things rolling.
Да, это жестко. Но сейчас ты же знаешь, что может начаться.
It's easy to get in your own head. It is easy to get above yourself in this moment, but Mike keeps the boys level. 2-0, you hear that? One more game. That is all the Jade Dragons need. But they have to calm down. Take a deep breath. Realize the situation you are in. You played a very clean game of Smite here. Gotta replicate it in game number 3.
And that's going to be the goal. So this time around, we saw, and we're talking about it, but it felt like late game. In fact, if it weren't for...
Чувак просто считает, сколько тотемов Ника. Сколько тотемов Ника зарезал. О, пацан в стерео очках сидит. Такое впечатление. Что-то мне подсказывает, что не вернутся. Wariors не смогут.
Is such a good mechanical player. Like, he's so versatile in what he can play. Like, he's played so many different characters and he's played just Smite so much that I think his ability to be confident.
Ну смотри, если сейчас если они сейчас камбэчнут, то я по-любому спать пойду. Я уже не буду смотреть деп идти этих матчей. Я надеюсь, что они сейчас не камбэчнут. Да я не хочу вообще, чтобы Wariors вы. Я не уже.
His sheep, he was like the dog just herding them all back into base with Tyr just pushing them around and stuff. I don't know, he's great. He's such a nice guy. He's really easy to get along with.
Yeah, I just think he's a really talented player. I think it's fun to have players like him who
Ну, best of 5 это.
risks that can throw a game, but
Ну, я имею в виду все 5 матчей. Я не имею в виду, что они будут до 5. Нет, ну типа, блин, 1-2, это 3-1. Они же могут 2-2 опять же вытащить.
It's hard to say, honestly. I think if he wins his A game and keeps the consistency, doesn't like shy away in these big moments, that he could literally be the reason they win because he's so good.
I think Solo Troll is the epitome of a regular season demon. I think in regular season he's a great player, probably like top 2 at all times, at least this year. Well, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to playoffs or any sort of finals, it's just he's just not the same Solo Troll.
When the competition is at its highest, doing these kind of spontaneous or impulsive plays, they don't really net you a lot of gain. It's high risk, low reward kind of plays, and I think that.
Не знаю, мне Variety, по-моему, похож на какого-нибудь инвестора. Это, кстати, был Запман самый этот, самый жесткий. Керри. Смотри, он как покраснел. Застеснялся, что-то ему там показали, как про него рассказывать. Брокколи, да, кстати, похож. Помнишь, как раньше были, блин, по какому каналу это были? Про овощи, короче, передачи, когда они там разговаривали друг с другом и делали из себя салат. Ну и всякие, такую еду, короче. Пока нашел. Так, ладно, надо пока. Перерыв. Перерыв. Забыл выключить.
And I know for a fact there are some emotional players on that Oni Warriors squad. Genetics in particular hasn't tasted a loss in Texas, gets 2 in a row handed to him. That's going to be hard to bounce back from.
The Steel Series moments of glory from game number 2 will walk us a bit more through the action that we saw and the momentum.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's more so than just genetics. It's this entire team. Yeah, some of them have won before. Solo's still looking for that first one, and I thought he played great in that second
Я не понимаю, зачем Genetic взял опять, ну, типа, Ганешу, если... Ну, я, правда, ну, сейчас посмотрим, какой у него урон там на ней. Ну, типа, брать Ганешу, чтобы забирать объекты, и в итоге не забирать объекты. Типа, и урона у него нет ни хера, и типа, смысл? Но, кстати, в этот раз Ника не то чтобы зарешал. Нельзя сказать, что Ника зарешал сильнее. Боже, вот тут по PBM прям забрал. Жестко. Ласбру, конечно, потеряли. Ласбра — это слабое звено у Play Dragons. Ласбра был слабым звеном у всех, блин. А там даже не успели дойти. Чисто, блин, потому что... Кто там? Погалдень троит уже на первом месте, ладно, в этот раз. Genetic. Понятно. Что по дамаге? Дамаг 9. Майк 16. Ну вот, ну типа, киллинг 2,5, это 2,900. И чё, ну типа зачем? Зачем брать Ганешу, если ты не наносишь на ней дамаг?
I'm not going any farther than that. Yeah, Dardes played fantastic. And as you said, if Dardes is alive, it feels like there's always this chance that the Dragons have to just like win a fight or win whatever.
Yeah, I actually think that Dardes and PBM were the only 2 members of the Jade Dragons there that I would say outperformed their opposite number, and it's still an emphatic win for them. They looked dominant, they looked like the better team, they were confident, and Dardes is the key. I really want to see him keep going for those comfort picks, and I want to see the Oni Warriors shift away from these tank jungles. Panatom has done next to no damage in both of these games. The Gilgamesh looked okay, but I want to see him back on that hyper carry that he loves so much.
Ну да, не работает ни Афина, ни Гильгамеш, которые танкуют, но ему урона не наносит в лейте. Майк хорош.
They need something here. They need a little bit of momentum.
I almost want to see Genetics get on something that can help out SOT in that front line, because it feels like SOT is the difference maker for the Oni Warriors. If it's Dardes for the Dragons,
Да,
it's
согласен.
SOT for the Warriors, and he's not exactly
SOT это единственный, кто у них хоть немного играет. Чупеган.
with these full tank builds. He just needs a little bit more.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the fact that he needed
Обычно надо прогноз закинуть. Блядь, 1700. Надо выбрать свое количество. 1700.
They got choice after losing that game and have chosen to go to second pick. We'll see how their picks and bans evolve as a result of that.
And yes, they won't get that Hachiman anymore, but I think this is just the best option for them. They're now able to ban away just those 2 gods that the Dragons looked really good on in game 1.
Так, Емоя. Ну понятно, Емоя, Один, Кукулькан, Афродита. Ласбра, понятно. Реджи. Понятно. Белона. Теперь он забирает Белону. Ну понятно, этот забирает Хатимана опять. Это даже бесполезно. Троид, чем больше проигрывает, тем больше у него, ну, типа... Просаживается по менталке.
Absolutely, and that does open up the mid pick. That flex means that the Morrigan might be coming out for Dardas. Osiris locked in, going to be seeing that Bellona versus Osiris matchup in solo, but this time inverted. Last time it was Nika on the Bellona and SOT on the Osiris. This time they swap, but the Morrigan locked in for Dardas.
With the Tiamat hover, it's something where we've seen Pegon use it. It's looked exceptionally well in some games, and then not as impactful in other games. But in a matchup like this, we keep seeing these games go late. We keep seeing the potential in those late game fights. I want to see this Tiamat. I want to see it aggressive from Pegon. I don't want him to worry about dying, because when he plays that aggressive style of Tiamat, that's when he looks the strongest.
But if you want to play aggressive Tiamat, especially in the early to early mid game, you need that same level of aggression out of your jungler. You need someone that can deal damage.
Чернобог. Ну понятно, Чернобога забрали чисто, чтобы... Что, Анхура? Валу? Ага, Анхура, значит, заберет сейчас. В опришкост. А кого к Анхуру?
I was looking at that Thor. I was thinking Thor might be the perfect pick for Panatom, but denied. The Jade Dragon spot it, and they deny it. Gilgamesh, it is what he's gone to before. I would like to see a hyper carry, but I'm not sure what's left for him. Daji, unavailable. Susano, unavailable. Thor, unavailable. And my man gone as well. A lot of the jungle pull for Panatom already taken away.
We're talking about pressure. One of Vaporish Coast's signatures still on the board here. You could just go towards the on her, have a consistent lane to play through, drag attention away from your Morrigan and mid, and then the Jade Dragons can just free scale at least that part of the map. And excuse me, if Dardas is free scaling on his signature, seems to me we might be looking at a 3-0.
Man, snap reactions inbound to the Gilgamesh lock-in for the Oni Warriors. 50% win rate across 4 games.
Again, it's just... he's forced into building this more hybrid, actually
Gilgamesh.
A hybrid style. It is mostly a defensive style Gilgamesh. So when he is diving, he's not really doing too much out of just a little bit of damage, a little bit of CC. And if he's not diving and killing, a lot of pressure on solo or troll. And with, I mean, a few other characters available, I mean, even like something like in a Willix, I think I would have liked that a little bit more for that early game. But leaving that last pick up for genetics, I think is a little valuable. Give him that counter pick.
Now, the Ganesh pick for Mike, I think worried us the first time we saw it earlier in the weekend. But now it's chosen, and Myth, I think we're a bit more confident in this pick now that we've seen some history.
I mean, I really like how Ganesh plays with his composition. If you're worried about your Morgan needing some space, Dharmic Pillars is exactly that. You can prevent the bludgeon from Bellona. You can prevent Gilgamesh from locking you down in the sandstorm. Can't cast any of those abilities. Dave, say the thing. You can't speak.
I was looking at signs. I'm sorry.
Pay attention when I'm talking, man. There won't be any talking on the side of the Oni Warriors.
You can't
so
speak.
I love this dual lane lock-in.
Yeah, Kepri locked in. One of Genetic's signature picks, but this is a support matchup that is not in his favor. A big God model means he can be easily caught by the Dharmic Pillars, and that silence so powerful to prevent him from doing what he wants to do in rezzing. But one aspect of Kepri that is strong here is the route into Morrigan. Morrigan, no safety against that route, no answer apart from beads or ulting.
And on top of that, the invis gets caught out by that too. So if you hit that root, forces of the beads, you get that 2 off. I like that matchup. Also forced to dive. I think the Kepri final pick makes a little bit of sense with this comp. I am worried about that Ganesh matchup, but with the strength of the way he played right now, I'm not too worried about that in that middle portion of the game. I think the only real worry when it goes to that late game, Kepri can't get that ultimate off. Does not matter what really else is happening. Kepri's value is in that ultimate.
But there's so much single target damage on the side of the Jade Dragons here that I think the Kepri can have an easier time lining up some of those ultimates. So that now puts a lot of weight onto Mike's shoulders. Can Mike find genetics in that back line, prevent him from channeling the ultimate? Otherwise, free revive on Morgan all in, all of a sudden you're going for an immediate turnaround. There's certainly some counterplay here around it.
What a birthday gift it could be for that fan if they're a Jade Dragons fan. Because goodness, you feel this tension start to build up in the room in moments like this. Now the Oni Warriors, they're not strangers to 3-0ing sets, right? This is a team that early in the year went on one of the longest SPL, no, the longest SPL win streak in history, all time in the SPL. They are no strangers to winning, and they are no strangers to doing it quickly. Gonna have to be 3 straight after an 0-2 start though, inbound.
Yeah, and with that, I think it starts with that early game, and duo is where I look. They got this on her, yes, but they're kind of pairing it with a really slow, just kind of farm it up type of style support. On the opposite side, there's a lot of kill potential on this Hachiman. There's Khepri, so much CC, Khepri 3, Khepri 1. We also have the Hachiman 3. So there is that combo potential into putting this Ganesh behind. And if Ganesh is on the back foot, a pluck, that's a dead Ganesh.
Yeah, I would quite like to see early rotations from the junglers over to this Joe side to pressure out and to take advantage of the weaknesses on the other side. The Khepri going to struggle into the Ganesh and into that pillar. We didn't even touch on that. Can be slowed out and can be just stuck in corridors by the Anhur one.
The Jade Dragons have written their own story thus far. It's time for the Oni Warriors to pick up the pen and turn things around for themselves. Game number 3, Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors right now.
Thanks so much everyone there on the desk and every Warriors fan out there. They need your energy now more than ever. If you want this to go longer than 3, they've got to revitalize, go as strong as they can. And if you're looking at it immediately, you hear the Dragons chant start up. So I know where a lot of that energy is here. And Trelly, it is not on the side of the Chaos team.
No, the Jade Dragons have the loudest fans in the room by far and a heck of a lot of them, but I like a lot of what we've seen from the Oni Warriors in this draft. Back to the Gilgamesh for Pantheon, not something I'll ever complain about. Back to Tiamat for Pagon, not something I'm going to complain about. And you take Nika off the Bellona. SOT gets his hands on it, so should be an interesting one. Not to mention, Netroid has had one of the best games of his whole career just in that last set. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close up the win, but the Hachiman is looking good.
The question I have for you, and you know, maybe we could break into the draft. I'm going to save that for a second because it's a little more grand scheme.
Right.
And it's a big one, Trelly, because Jade Dragons, 2 zeros. I mean, yesterday they got to break it, but the reverse sweep curse against them has been something that has weighed on our minds and their minds and fans' minds
right now as we speak.
You're up 2-0 on the world stage. How much pressure do you think that they're feeling because of that?
I can't imagine it's not on the forefront of their minds, but like I said, I keep calling it to it. When we see the Jade Dragons win, huddle up immediately. They don't celebrate. They don't get the crowd hype. They don't get lost in the moment. They come right back to reality. And Mike says, listen, boys, it's not over. Job's not done. Until we get all 3 wins, we cannot lift the hammer. The rings are not ours. We don't get another lightning bolt on the collar. There's a lot weighing on the Jade Dragons' mind.
Well, here it is, Game 3 of the Grand Finals here in Season 10. The Dragons on championship point. And they've got the energy behind them. And immediately, you had already mentioned some of the things that the Warriors have done to trip up the Dragons in the front. But I see something the Dragons have done to give themselves some confidence. Dardes, the Morgan, it just feels like it goes hand in hand.
It's a pick that has been so impactful for Dardes in particular. He's got some good transformation options as well, which is always what I look to, right? Immediately, Pantheon, Winds of Samash. Dardes is going to want to go into that every single time, especially early on, just to try and chase down Pagon. But you could also turn into the solo laners, right? Nika and SOT would make for some great CC if you're trying to die, be a little bit tankier. And then, of course, 2 Maman Brigittes. That doesn't sound fun for just about anyone trying to survive that dive. So Dardes, the skill that he carries is being able to choose which one of these selections he goes to. It's not always the same. He always keeps you guessing. And the Morgan, as a character that can turn into anyone on the map, you can't plan for, right? You gotta just sit back and see what Dardes wants to do.
You know, for a long time, and there's still an ongoing conversation of best on her. And a lot of carries would always be upset because for the longest time it was owned by a mid laner. That mid laner was Dardes, and now you've got what people have been calling maybe the best and second best on the same team. So another transformation that could be fun to watch if Dardes goes to it. But there's a lot of options, a lot of open capabilities for him. And truly a lot of smite to play before they can get to that point and feel this confidence. Now last lane we saw, at least in solo, looking towards the Bellona bettering the Osiris. Maybe we'll hold that for a little bit. Bettering the Osiris. But is that going to be the same time, or the same thing? Is it the matchup that goes wrong, or is it the play style?
Early on, that bludgeon is going to help out the lane clear so much. You don't have access to the tether, and it seems like Nika ran out of mana very quickly. So because of that, you can't really try and contest the totem. You can't really try and step forward in the lane, which means Sot is going to get the better end of the early trades. But once Lasber Lasbra shows up, Nika should be just fine. I don't hate their 2v2. I just like
Я
Pantheons
понял, он
and
типа
Sato
сгонял
together,
за
right? The
тотемом и
Gilgamesh
быстро
got
вернулся.
active
Понял.
early on last game, and Pantheon has the same ability
Ласбра
this time
пришел
around.
помогать.
Lasbra, of course, has
Лола не знает,
beads,
что тут Ласбра, что
but
ли?
even without him, you gotta be looking towards the moba Brigitte. Mages are not the traditional, you know, pop-off damage dealers in the early game. They need to scale a little bit.
Coast has been pushed under lane. Is this something you maybe expected with the Kepri lock-in? I know Genetics and specifically Hazer had mentioned, and Inbound had talked about it a little bit, the matchup between, you know, the Kepri and the Ganesh and how that can affect some of the late game. But right now, here in the lane phase, did you expect to see them this far up?
О, табличку подрубили наконец. Ника, что там? 1-1, да. Почему он остановился? Прыжкост очень жестко посажен. Пенитон тут, Ласбра тут. Ну, да. О, Ласбра сейчас будет летать.
Like you said, invade stopped before it can even truly happen. The Warriors gonna be happy. Again, stalling some of the momentum, stopping the dragons and turning this around. That's gonna be their main goal. If they want to push this set longer, keep things going. Level 5's coming online for the mid laners. But despite having the transformations available, I guess if we had a conversation and there was a Chernobog on the board, maybe we're talking about it right now, but it feels like the level 5 for the Morgan
Ника уже успел туда слетать. Лот роль еще не... Странно, правда, он должен был... Но когда Ника улетел, то тогда улетать тоже.
In this case, there's not much that's going to close gap very quickly, unless you're turning into like Netroid, and that's not going to be the best gang. So
Лот роль то ли знает, то ли что.
maybe he's used to things like the
Не выходит на бок.
the Thors, the Rats. The Gilgamesh is still going to bring a good amount of CC if Dardes decides to use it, but that's mostly going to be in mid lane. I think it's going to be a while before Dardes starts to rotate. Maybe once that Doomor gets online. 1v1 versus Panatom, not a bad look, but Panatom heroic leaping away means that deadly aspect. The stun will not connect.
It's going to be more than okay with the way things are going. Most of the Warriors will be, right? Pressure, at least in left, has been in their favor. And right, it's been a little back and forth. And in mid, it's been a little back and forth.
Это кстати, мог бы его и даже догнать.
Matched by a small lead for Lasbra in terms of experience. Right side pressure has been the name of the game for most of the weekend, but definitely for the Jade Dragons playing through Nika and trying to get him ahead. These stuns, the damage, the control they have, but that silence oppressive.
О, Ласбра как чувствует, что сюда надо было прийти. Минус ульта Ники. Ульта Ласбры. Ника очень шотный. Пенитон минус. Пенитон Ласбру убивает. Да. Он доберет его, нет? По 2. Так как Дардес сделал последний килл, он, считай, убил накормленного. Меньше всего получил, соответственно. Первым умер Панитом. Потом Ласбра, потом Ника. Соответственно, Дардес, убивший Пола, получил больше всего. Ну, IBM. А зачем он это делает?
And only 300 gold separating these two teams as we speak, Trelly. Some of that has been controlled. Nika again in control of the totem over on right. It's finding his pressure. But the up down, the double ult, I mean the rotations from the mid laners, all of that massive in terms of making sure.
Чё он ей дает такое? Типа как это? Там? Ласбро опять пришел помогать Солу, ой, то есть помогать Нике. Нет, скорее всего, она, конечно же, уйдет. Нет? Да. Жестко начали играть просто с первого раза. До начала. Ника не может, Ласбро поможет, называет. Добрал. Тотем. Париж-кост. Genetic пытается высечь кого-нибудь из-под башни.
We've got to get a 1v1 at some point in this matchup. A Hachi versus an on-her feels like it's just bound to happen. But when it happened,
Metroid пушит башню. IBM возвращается. Тут можно... поздно. Поздно.
going back to the Hachi as well, feels like he's got the safety. His beats are down, but he's not going to be too worried. And with the pressure that him and Genetics have mounted, it's been a lot of control for them, even a small experience lead in the
Пока нет. Тотема можно наваливать. Кто-то. Ну там какой-то уже, блин, этого не идет. Все, ульта поздно, рано слишком. Что не том, что-то не том, но они уже перекачивают его явно вдвоем. The Gilgamesh say anything about it? No, he cannot. It's 4-2, and it's a lead for the Dragon.
And that was a bait through and through, Gore. They knew that SOT was going to up down for that totem. Eagles rally would be used for some action, and without it, Lasper gets the pick up his third kill. You got to know by now, SOT needs to be underneath that tower.
Просто забрать свой баф, но потерял свой.
Don't get me wrong, but no magical defense means Lasbra is going to have a field day the longer he stays on this side of the map.
And so far, Shelly, he's spending a lot of time over there, and it's helping out a ton. 3-1-1, 4 out of 4 affected kills on the jungler. He's going to keep that pressure up. Watching right now, at least in mid, but it does feel like...
Они просто соло загнобили, можно сказать, на пару. Да, в принципе, эта тактика нормальная, Ласбро опять бежит. Там не том. Забирает маски. Ну, в смысле, они что-то начали, в 9-я минута идет, алло. Смотри, они уже 3 раза на соло-линии убили. Просто он 3 раза на соло-линию прибежал и 3 раза убил. И 1 раз Пенитон попытался помочь ему и тоже умер. Но правда убил тоже. Думал, ты уже спишь. Выгодно зажали. Нет, надо уходить. Конечно, это жестко. Gold Fury забирает. У него Wariors, скорее всего, никто не успеет ее забрать. Очень медленно, правда, это все происходит. Может, даже это какой-то... Так сказать, что это засада. Пока что на 1000 они всего лишь выигрывают. Genetic Пенитон пытается забрать IBM. Ника забирает очередной тотем. Полторы тысячи. Париж-кост. Пенитон. Да, забрали. Немного голды для... В Париж-Кост, конечно, типа должен был что-то немножко другое делать. Блин, но он бицы не прожал. Не знаю почему. Это просто потому, что он бы мог прожать бицы, прожить там, пойти прыгнуть, уже хотя бы разменяться в нетруида, который стоял рядом шотный. Ну, как посчитал, так посчитал.
12 minutes in, Beacon spawns in, Genetics and Pagon have the numbers advantage since Mike is over and left. Should be maybe a concession here from the Dragons. Warriors step away for a moment, let it fall down, see if they can maybe bait a fight. Maybe they're worried, especially about this rotation. Maman and the Ganesh starting to show face.
Так. Вот. Нетруид начал перекачивать немножко в Париж-Коста, поэтому, скорее всего, он сейчас будет еще более аккуратно играть. Женетик забрал, да? Когда-то Баскин так заходил между первой и второй башней, чтобы пропушить. Ласбра получает дамаг, очень много дамага. Папришкос забрал Нетроида. Но Пеган пришел и забрал его. Панитома забирает Дардас. Или не забирает? Хватает. Забрал. 3 в 2.
And they'll accept that with open arms. The Jade Dragon siege forward. Dardez can do no wrong. Finds Panatom in the back, gets the transformation, and wins the 1v1 after the fact. Of course, Panatom had used everything just to kill Lasper. I thought he might be able to make it out there after how much damage came through, but no CDL means that dash didn't come off cooldown. He wasn't able to make it out. Jade Dragons are okay with those trades. I thought that Genetics' ultimate would be a bit more impactful, but Borshkos hits the impale when it was necessary. That was just the beacon. I mean, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, still top.
That wasn't even the biggest thing.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the gold on the map. And I think the only Warriors are playing this so smart, Gore. They're playing through the left side of the map. They're playing through Netroid. That is who they want to try to get ahead. And look at that build. He knows
Ника опять забирает. 9 уже.
So early on in this game.
That could be massive, especially considering we've seen a lot of delay on the spectral armors, the things to help deal with it. So do you like this pivot? Do you like seeing him go for it this early on? If it means he can go big.
Ласбра заберет? Успеет? Успеет, да. Джей Дрэгон забирает первый пирамид. Пенитом пытается догнать Ласбру. Ника защищает Ласбру, но может поплатиться за это. Нет, не успел. EBM за этот. Защитил его. Результат. Жестко наступает. Воу. Минус первая башня. И перемещается сразу на Gold Fury. И первая всего лишь фурия. Warrior забирает фурию. EBM заканчивается. Дардес, скорее всего, тоже закончится. Нет?
They turn tail and run. They recognize they can't win that one.
And look where Lasper was. Nowhere even close. The Jade Dragons curious that they even push up when their jungler is so far on the opposite side of the map.
Да, у него такая, я так понимаю.
Terrible attempt to go in for a steal. I don't even hate that. But the dash in from Mike, he gets aggressive. On to Genetics, no less, with Scarab's Blessing available. Just did not seem like a fight the Jade Dragons needed to take. And look at this score. The Oni Warriors, they're not pulling a tower, they're not pulling a pyro, they're going for a 16-minute FG.
Опа, у него Warriors на 16-й минуте пытается ФГ взять. Нормально, нормально.
good damage against the wall immediately onto Genetics, and now they know
Lasber's in the back.
Who's going for what? Panatom and Lasber in the 1v1. Maybe not a 1v1 truly because Netroid comes in.
Лазбра заканчивается очень. Ух, сколько дамага.
Lasber tries to turn it around, but he has too many surrounding him and gets picked off by the Warriors.
Man, I mean, you stall out the Fire Giant, so I guess it's not a complete
2000. Нет, ты сколько тысяч? Меньше.
Does not feel good, and Panatom 4, 2, and 3, a part of all but one of these kills. This Gilgamesh is a growing threat, a growing problem that the Jade Dragons don't have many answers to. Sure, it works out a bit for them because Dardes gets to transform into the Gilgamesh, but as we saw last time, there's not much cooldown built for Dardes just yet, so he can't ult.
Метроид зашел под башню. Ага. Я пропустил, когда свалили первую соло. А, только что это было, я понял. Я не пропустил, просто не показывали.
Here, Shelly, as it has been, the crowd in favor of the Dragons, at least the majority. The Warriors holding on not only incredibly well, pushing the Dragons back, and defensively, aggressively. Where do the Dragons start to play over the next few minutes, especially with Fire Giant kind of looming over them?
I think
Warriors решили немножко
going for wraparounds. He's trying to play aggressive, but he cannot be caught out like that. He doesn't have the mobility, he doesn't have the movement, he doesn't have too much 1v1 potential at the moment. He needs to dial it back. I understand the need to want to play aggressive. You had a 3-1 start, you were looking clean, but things like this could be a problem. You don't want to be caught out too far. So that's step one. Regroup, dial it back and look for farm.
Рыжкост один, но туда побежали все втроем, они сейчас, скорее всего, опять прыгнут к нему под башню. Нет, Pantheon вернулся обратно.
Hit level 18 for Dardes. Meanwhile, Pagon's been sitting at 19, full level, and trying to push 20 early for some of those power spikes. And that's what I'm going to look at now, Charlie, because we've looked at some of the builds. You had mentioned Sot, who went back, finished off the shielding. You've got a little bit more defense, I think, this time for Nika, and maybe we'll hold that thought.
ТВМ ультит, Pantheon застрял. Папа Рыжкост пытается убежать, но Pantheon, скорее всего, догонит. Ника, биться. Они его не спасают. Pantheon бьет, умрет точнее или нет? Ника. Этик. Минус 3. Чисто нечего терять. Лазбра пока что забирает читы. Очень много до первой башни. 4 секунды до возвращения. Я не знаю, не успеют ПГ забрать время. Ага, Лазбра пытается забрать. Warriors пытаются забрать первую башню. На соло-лайне, но, скорее всего, это сделают. Да, очень легко. Пиромант. Очень хорошо соло защищает свою команду. И они идут на ФГ. Лазбра очень далеко. Пост очень далеко для того, чтобы помочь своей команде. Но что-то они их пытаются разэтать. Скорее всего, у них такой план. Разорвать их как-то по частям, чтобы потихоньку их так и завалить. Так они не могут. Равных. Пока что пока. Все вернулись на базу. 57 на 52, 5000. 5000 разницы.
the Oni Warriors are playing such a proactive game. They're not giving them the opportunity to. Fire Giant gets pulled every couple of seconds. Netroid has the crit online. Oni Fury could be pulled at any moment. Heck, with just Pagon and Netroid there alone, they should be able to grab this no problem.
They step up to it. Like you said, have an advantage with just the two of them. You'll have Pantheon there as well. Lasber, Mike, and Coast spot out the rotation. Genetics is going to be joining his team soon. So now this Oni Fury becomes a much more dangerous zone to be around. That seems to be enough for the Warriors to go ahead and fall back, relinquish the Fury Pit. Look for a pick instead. Should be worth noting, level 20 right now for Pagon. Just hitting that first, having that power spike, and specifically finishing his starter early. Charlie, that changes a lot of the scope and a lot of the grand scheme of how a fight could break out.
Они там
Right now, Nika.
опять напал на Ник. Ник попал еще и в ульту. Пегана.
He's looking for the loop around. The Warriors get stopped. They go for the Fury instead.
I would even hate a call just to go split push, but the Oni Fury's here. Mike, the only one nearby.
Майк попадает. Попадает, но не хватает этого. Солар тролль пытается Вапоришкоста завалить. Заваливает. Просто плохо.
This should be the Fire Giant call. Lasber and Dart is on the left side of the map. They're not going to be anywhere near. Maybe Nika steps forward, but besides that, the Oni Warriors 5 strong have plenty of damage, plenty of DPS, and yeah, not a Jade Dragon in sight. They have to fall back and play defense. I didn't like that engage to begin with. It really does seem like the Jade Dragons are taking unfavorable fights just to try and stem the bleeding, but
Теперь нужно только
Lasber and Dart have been doing
защищаться.
the correct call. Split push. Get farm elsewhere, don't step forward, and bunker down for defense. Eventually, the Jade
Дардес пытается спушить хоть одну башенку. Ну, это у него, конечно, получится.
Genetics and SOT, just creating so much space for the backline. Netroid's not getting the most kills, but he's not afraid to mount an archery and ride the horse and just try and find his auto attacks. Same with Pagon. He's gonna leap in any chance he gets.
When you got 9 assists, when your team has 12 kills, Netroid, I mean, he is the cavalry. He's the one who's leading them in. And so far, it has been working incredibly, incredibly well. Has the 2-level lead over Coast. Lasber, Dardes just now hit their level 20 spikes. Maybe something to help level the playing field. And you had already mentioned this. This is what you want to see him do. Fall back, just defend, just farm. But can they step up? Is it soft defense around the tier 2? Can they hard defense around the tier 2? Or are we looking at Phoenix lines?
I would not be getting in range of Genetics at the moment. I think that's a big mistake. That one abduct and Mike could get deleted. One abduct and your relics are gone. Soft defense at best. Lasbra looks like he wants to go for a wraparound, but they're playing this smart. Just back up. The tier 2 and afterthought. Jade Dragons need to stay underneath this base.
Снесут Титана. Скорее всего, это будет конечно.
Big 6-man with a large health bar and plenty of damage. Even a Phoenix could be their target. Yeah, why not? Grab the Runic Bomb. Pyromancer's up too. You got 1 for Genetics. 2 means you can just absolutely destroy the Phoenix. They're playing this calculated, Gore. Aggressive? Yes. Quick? Also yes, but calculated.
And the calculations, man, they're coming up on point. Genetics.
Если только сейчас чего-то не произойдет.
Prove your point. It can be dangerous. They've got the Chaos Titan at full health, knocking on the mid Phoenix Warriors.
Они, скорее всего, ну, естественно, под Фениксом. Их плюс 2 бомбы.
And it's going to start with the Chaos Titan, but Pantheon has eyes on the jungler, has eyes elsewhere. The Phoenix slowly getting knocked down. Sot over on left.
Тут очень жестко просажен.
Not enough to save the bird. Chaos Titan marching forward with the Warriors.
Титан просто валит.
They recognize where their advantage is, and instead it's pressure on the right.
The Phoenix is what they are looking for, and the Phoenix is what they found. And so far, Lasper has not been able to get active in a single one of these engagements.
Скорее всего, еще одного Феникса просто так снимут, потому что у них одну бомбу они использовали. Значит, но у Ники тоже бомба. Могут попробовать ее использовать. Вапоришкост. Дардес, Пенитом. Пенитом восстановлен. Минус 2. Оставь, все закончится, скорее всего. 2-1. Если, конечно, они сейчас хорошо не отдыхают.
can see there's signs of life here from the Dragons. I mean, Dardes finds a great engage there, turns right into Panatom and tries to dive, but Genetics
Уже миллион раз было. Они все проиграли, но потом отдыхали. Файт и все. Вперед с песней. Ника до сих пор почему-то 19-го. Как бы можно было бы попробовать. Валить. Их нет. Деф. Жесткий деф. При том, что у него Wariors, судя по вардам, знает вообще все. Где варды стоят? Opt for a primal fury. It takes a little while to burn down, but they're going to get the job done nonetheless as the Dragons focus basically or purely on base defense. Чей primal fury, отлично. Minions in mid and in right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. When you have two phoenixes down, you're just focused on. Там идет еще с этими стиаматовскими. If you're over there, Coast needs to be a little more careful. This tier 2 in pressure, the Warriors, no fire giant, Генетик и соло-тролль. Пушат. Вы прям под башнями. Точнее.
Heading towards that Bellona as if he's being tickled. Lasbridis does not have the DPS to mess with the solo laner. Fire Giant fallen off. There is no FG buff anymore. The Oni Warriors are pushing just because they can.
Так, ФГ закончился, но они просто сейчас пропушат. Там соло-тролль уже почти пушит Титана. ФГ перезагрузился, можно брать.
And they stick around. You need that enhanced fire giant if you're trying to get this Phoenix over on left, and it's not going to happen. Oni Warriors are going to retreat, and they might not stall at this point. I mean, sure, Pyromancer spawns in. They can do whatever they want, Gordon. There really is not much the Jade Dragons can do offensively. They just have to sit back. Have the Warriors got an opportunity to spend? I mean, I see the builds. Obviously, they spent some of.
Что опять произошло?
For the Dragons, prior, not needing to step up to Fire Giant, sub 30. Now we're approaching 29, and it becomes a different conversation. Now Runic Bomb in pocket for Genetics as the Pyromancer goes that way. You are looking at what?
Романта забрали у них.
For the Warriors right now. And the Fire Giant fight that could break through could be the most crucial portion of this game. Great silence from Mike, stops Panatom with a leap, comes back up the winds of Shamash.
Майк ультит, Панитом получает от ульты хорошо, вопрыжков заканчивается от тролля. Эгон заканчивает Нику. Ласбра заканчивается. Поларбер Майк пытается что-то сделать с троллем. Феникс перегружен. Минус на трое? Нет. Все. 2-1.
Six kills for Panatom. What a performance. And of course, Genetics does not let his team fall. The Scarab's blessings were on point. And for my money, you're going towards Honor for the pressure.
Нормально, нормально.
Netroid own the left side of the map, and because of that, the Gold Fury, all these objectives, the Oni Warriors get to go uncontested.
All across the board, it's that guy in the middle of that picture there, Panatom. I would argue both of them, right? Him and Genetics, I think really opening up so much of the conversation. This has been the second time on a world stage Panatom on Gilgamesh is going to look this fantastic. And then to top that off, having those reses, I mean, that Khepri, for such a late pick, for such a matchup to maybe even have the advantage going towards the Ganesh, as the Deskin said. Genetics makes it look good and gets the reses he needs.
Now the Jade Dragons have to dial it back. They thought they had the momentum. They thought the 3-0 is what they were looking for. That is no longer the case. The Oni Warriors, the ball is in their court, right? They say, hey guys, we can do this. We not only got our win, our one win so far, it was pretty dominant. There was not much the Jade Dragons could do there. I liked what Lazar did early on, but the Maman Brigitte was not enough to, you know, get this ball rolling. The gold lead was way too much to try and step forward for, so back to the drawing board for both of these teams. Can't wait to see what they cook up in P's and B's for game number 4.
That's what I remember. I remember you enjoyed the early game. It was the mid-game where things got a little more awkward for Lazbra. So we'll have to see how the Dragons adapt to this, or if the Warriors can keep the fire surging forward. All of that right after this.
Интересно, этот чувак, который там написал столько текста, подумал, что это все пойдет?
it is super lightweight. I'll tell you right now. What?
Had one?
Yeah. And there's another one behind your ear, Myth.
Whoa!
Tell me how light the Steel Series Aerox 5 is.
74 grams, something like that?
Maybe even less. Does it feel like you could go lightning speed?
I feel like my arm's about to fly through the stratosphere.
And it will with the Steel Series Aerox 5. Thanks to Steel Series for being with us here in Season 10 of the Smite World Championship, live in Arlington, Texas, at the Esports Stadium. My name is Dolson Mifflin, inbound, and Hazer still with me. And we're going to look at these Steel Series moments of glory to talk about game number 3. We still got more games. If you're just tuning in, it is not a 3-0 Jade Dragons World's victory. No, the only Warriors have some life, Hazer.
Но Pantheon тут, конечно, сделал грязь некую. Лучше, чем в предыдущих двух матчах.
Absolutely wails on people. I feel like this Gilga, we finally saw the value that Pantheon was looking to bring with it, and there was just no answer on the other side. They had no answer to the rundown from Salt and from Pantheon.
And I think that's because of that Khepri combination with it. The Ganesh, all 3 games so far has been rather useless, and I think we see both of these teams stray away from that Ganesh. Outside of that, on top of Honor just being rather useless in this matchup, stop picking this Honor into Hachiman. It's just too hard for the Honor to bully out this lane, and Hachi's more effective late game.
Yeah, I was surprised by that performance from Vaporish Coast. I really thought on one of his signature picks he'd be able to get at least a little bit of lane dominance rolling up against Netroid, but we know Hachiman can handle his own. But surprised, and if you were watching the stage afterward, I mean, Ghost looked shell-shocked after that loss.
Yeah, for sure. He was kind of, I mean, and then he was a little shell-shocked there, but it's on his teammates, the guys that have been here before, they've done this before, the veterans, they really need to rein him in, get him focused up. You're still on the 2-1 advantage. You still only need one more game, so you got to just set him a little straight, get him a little bit more of a better pick, and I think it starts with that Hachiman.
Пост меньше голды, чем Айка.
Centering that on Pagon
В этом вся проблема.
is exactly where I want to be. We already saw it or heard from it earlier. Pantheon finally finding that value on the Gilgamesh. I will note, I did ask for damage items, not just a different pick, and he picks up that Erendite. I think a significant change up. Finally had some of that kill pressure we were looking for, and then just a lights out performance from Pagon on Tiamat.
Yeah, when I saw Pantheon get the light blade from his passive, I was really hoping he was going to upgrade that into an Executioner or a Kins, but sells it out, picks up the Erendite, reveals the stealth of Morrigan, makes it really difficult for Dardes to play in these fights. No escape for the Morrigan.
And the Jade Dragons fans have been the wind in their sails ever since being 0-2 down yesterday. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Oni Warriors fans in the building as well. Plenty of noise when they win game number 3. But also remember, there are players on the stage, on the Oni Warrior side of the stage, that also like silencing crowds, right? Be careful of certain players when they're able to tone down some of the Jade Dragons fans. That will fuel some of the Oni Warriors just as much as their own fans cheering them on. Game 4, this one could change everything. We'll get into picks and bans and see exactly what happens. Our analysts have set the stage just a little bit here. Hazer, what are some early priorities you're looking for in picks and bans?
So I think this is where the coaches really have to earn their money. As a former coach, I apparently didn't earn my money well enough on the world stage. Never quite managed to do it.
Welcome
but
to
I want to see, thanks.
You're good at it though. We're happy to have you.
I want to see the Hachiman prioritized by the Jade Dragons. I think that has been by far Coast's best pick. They have opted to swap sides though. The Jade Dragons in first pick last time, they lose that game, they get choice, and they go over to the second pick side, which means they won't have the option of first picking away that Hachi. Maybe they're going to opt to go for a bit more of a throwaway ban, a bit more of a target ban, maybe take away the Gilgamesh.
I also want to see them lower the value on this Mammon. It's not a horrible pick. It's not Lazara that isn't doing enough on it. I just think it's there's counters into it. This Gilgamesh matchup is very tough for her to live on, and that Gilgamesh had a lot of value in that last game. And going into this first pick by the Warriors, 100% agree. This Hachiman is way too valuable. It's right here, first pick available for the Warriors. Lock it in.
I agree. I think Hachiman has just been so dominant throughout this event. Not only is he strong in the laning phase, he helps you out around the objectives. He's got immense safety. You can either play around him if you so choose,
Это даже не интересно.
or you can trust that safety in Hachiman and diversify your playstyle. Leave him alone on an island and say, just look, if someone shows up, CC me and horse, walk away.
And going into this, they go for this Maman again. They prio it just a little bit too much.
Visceral reaction.
Yeah, does that deflate you a little bit?
Yeah. I don't like this Maman. Laz is not getting enough done. We even talked about it in that first and second game. The Gilgamesh we were a little bit worried about, not enough damage. I feel like it's going to the Maman. He's the one that's not able to get enough damage. And we complained after game 2. Gilg wasn't doing enough. He did way more than the Maman did last game.
One thing that I do like, though, in that top 2, Tiamat, take away from Pegon, grab it for Dardes. Dardes on that Morrigan struggled to get things going, couldn't get aggressive, couldn't get in there because his front line weren't able to support him doing so. This time he gets the Tiamat, he's going to be able to jump in, and we've got our solo lane matchup already. Bellona, and now the Osiris is gone. It's going to be Achilles for Nika.
But why is it the Achilles? It's because of the revive on the other side. I'd actually talked to Genetics recently. He said, look, everyone's going to say Thanatos, Achilles, that's the answer to my Khepri. And he said to me, Mythlin, that's not going to work. And he wouldn't go any deeper on it. He steepled his hands like the villain that he is, and he leaned back into his chair. Let's see if he can put up a shut.
And I'd argue that Achilles, even outside of this matchup, is a very strong god indeed, because if it goes late, he's getting tankier than just about any other character. My only worry here, the Jade Dragons have been playing for these totems. They've been playing to dominate solo. Is he going to be able to do this against the Bellona? Bellona, very strong in most early game matchups, totem dominator. It's a little bit of a switch up by the Dragons, and it makes me a little worried.
Yeah, I think that Achilles has decent matchup into the Bellona. You can cancel out that bludgeon, remove that burst potential. You're not exactly reliant on your auto attacks either. The nuance of, well, you know, in the Osiris matchup, I can at least disarm, go for the boxing match, use block stacks as well. With Achilles, it's I'm going to combat dodge, I'm going to stun you out, I'm going to play around my sustain, and then start looking for some other stuff. So I think the way you control the totem as Achilles is to play through the PvP.
I really like this Heim pick. I was a little worried we might see another Anher, we might see another Ram or something like that, but Heim, much better matchup into the Bellona. Has that lane pressure to match Hachiman, and then when the Bellona tries to dive you, you can use that knock up to peel her off of you, ult her away as well. Really good pick here for Coast.
And on top of that, it makes this little cat and mouse game when Solo is looking for that dive in this matchup. You said if Bellona's going too deep, she's just going to get sent to Niflheim if she doesn't have those beads available. And there's a few other opportunities to pull those beads. The Achilles stun, because you have to be worried about that execute. And I want to see Mike also play something that can threaten those beads, so that Solo really has to be smart with that.
Worth adding some context, because that's what I'm here for. Think back to Coast. In a lot of the early games that we saw him in the SPL and his way up through the SEC as well, it was always a Heimdall ban against him. We've seen a lot of on her target bans.
Прям сильно под давлением, когда на таком уровне не стал.
Right now, but this is a pick as far as comfort goes, Myth. You see a shell-shocked Coast after game 3, maybe something he's comfortable with for game 4.
And he should be comfortable. It's one of the safest hunters, if not the safest hunter in Smite. You could trust him to just hold his own in lane. And it also dissuades the only Warriors from going towards a Morrigan themselves. Not to say that they would have absolutely done it, but Heimdall's got a really good matchup into it.
And Vulcan from Pegon. This is the first Vulcan game we get from Pegon. He's been sticking to 2 gods, Tiamat, Merlin. Now he's going into this Vulcan where we've seen it before.
Yes.
Warriors draft for sure.
This is the Warriors we expected to see also. The Vulcan though, I'm interested to see how Pegon is going to play it, because he has not, you know, stretched
Блин, это жестко. Но почему Вулкан? Они старую свою взять. Как вы там звали, блин, Морриган, Морган Лифей? И как? Так вот, yes, мид было. Просто тут поддержку.
As well, knock up available from him, able to set up and able to get his damage into the backline. One thing that the Jade Dragons comp lacks as well, they've gone Heim, a hunter who doesn't have especially good objective damage, and Tiamat, not great objective damage either. Only Warrior is going to be able to control those objective fights.
You know what I want to see here from Mike? I want to see a Nox. It completely shuts down everything the Warriors can do. It gives that beads pull potential.
How you feel about that?
It's really close. It's really close, and it's a little bit easier to maneuver into those late games. A little bit more team fight presence. It's what I wanted them to go for, because it is that beads pull potential. But again, it's a risky pick.
It does plug that gap at least a little bit around objectives as well. A support E-set, not going to do crazy damage with a circle of protection, but it allows you to be a little bit tankier while you do it. Provides that heal, provides another source of burst damage around fire and around Gold Fury.
Fellas, let's not beat around the bush though. I'm looking at these drafts. I see Oni Warriors playing their signature style. All these picks I associate with these players. I like this Oni Warriors draft significantly more than what the Dragons have.
And I'm going to go back to that Maman. I think there's just too much prio on this god. Maybe that Bellona pick by Nika in that first slot to pair with that Tiamat, I would have liked a little bit more. But again, it's on the Lasbra. Lasbra's going to have to find these openings, and he's going to have to kind of do it with just the Achilles. He's just going to have enough threat there, and he's going to have to do it through the Khepri. So it's going to be a tough call for him.
Some openings potentially now for the Oni Warriors. I completely agree. Their style of play largely reflected by the picks that they now have locked in here in game number 4. What are some openings in your mind, Myth, for the Jade Dragons here? Because we see some comfort picks for them. Do you still see a cohesive unit, though, a team that can play as 5?
I think Hazer hits on a really good point. I want to see the Jade Dragons play a little bit earlier in the game. They haven't got the best objective secure, but it gets worse as the game develops. Play that E-set, level 5. Amon Brigitte has great DPS on objective. I want to see early rotations from the Achilles. I think that's one way for the Dragons to get something started, because in the absolute latest portions of this game, I think the Oni Warriors are really going to thrive.
And one thing I love about this Oni's draft as well, Susano, finally, we were asking for it last game. Panatom goes to a hyper carry. He has had an amazing tournament so far, looked so dominant. He keeps going back to that Gilgamesh this time. He switches it up. He changes the style. He changes the prospect that the Jade Dragons have to deal with, changing their play style in doing so.
I will say, Oni Warriors do scale. They do play very well in that late game, but this is not an easy Dragons comp to dive. The Heim, a lot of survivability, beats pull potential. Same with that E-set. And then on top of all that, trying to kill a Tiamat with that second life, that quadrupedal stance, I think is what it is, trying to get something like that. Trying to kill in that scenario, it's not easy.
It isn't, but they've got so much survivability on their dive. It might not be easy to get into that back line, but it's when you don't have to concern yourself with your own life, and that's exactly what Khepri gives you.
No matter what happens here, we've seen some amazing smite so far this weekend. Either the Dragons take it now or we go to another game 5. We'll see if the Oni Warriors can get it done in game number 4.
Well, the Warriors are holding on to the best of their ability, and now it is exactly what they want. Trelly, right now, people rooting for the 3-1. Warriors holding on as best they can, and some interesting picks that get to come through, and more importantly, the first look on Pagon.
Даже не дали сказать. Потому что там уже, видимо, почти уже заканчивают. Чего они тут подпали? Это понятно. Без маски. Генетик через это? Героизм? Понятно. Так, немножко пожестче решил поиграть. Генетик, как обычно. Генетик не играет. Рискованно. Тут все одинаково. А тут не одинаково. Много больше скорости атаки. Кажется, они ожидали вполне.
Somewhat of an answer to it. Nika going towards the Achilles. Remember, Fatal Strike, the execute, does not care about Scarab's Blessing. It will negate it entirely, but you got to be on point with that ult, and it can be body blocked very easily.
Now, another matchup I'm really interested in seeing, and one that again, got a little discussion last game. It is this Khepri, and maybe the Achilles needs to come to the conversation here, but also with the E-set from Mike. Not something we've seen in a long time.
Yep.
But something that, again, in the right moments, you got to silence and stun. Massive ult that can help in team fights. It does provide a good bit to what the Dragons might need, especially in some of the mid game. Where are you looking at it? Just objectives?
It does definitely provide a lot, but it is a pick that I've
забрал первый.
in times when it was one of the better support picks, just because Circle of Protection, the way that ability is designed, is to be the best objective confirm in the game, and the way that people build, and the way that Mike is going to build E-set support, is full tank. You're not going to get the same amount of value from it. It's not as if the Spirit Ball, it's not as if the Silence, the Dispel Magic, all of these things are going to be very impactful. They certainly are, and it's going to be annoying to try and deal with. just feels like the knocks that Hazer was calling for could have gotten the job done as well. We'll have to see. Mike went to it for a reason. He feels confident. He's been looking good this entire tournament. We'll see what he can do in game number 4.
Especially, again, championship point here for the Dragons. And they want to use that in stun from Nikon to Sot.
Раз-два пришел. Ну такой.
Some poke, but not enough to find a kill in right. Forces Sot to fall back and play safe. Now, Charlie, this is where the Dragons have found a lot of that combination of success has been in the early game. And in games 1 and games 2, it was just able to translate really well. I guess in game 1, actually, it really was just holding on as long as they could. But in game 2, they make that translate really well. Here, we need to see a little bit more of that. And I want to turn attention to the solo lane, because not only do we see a little bit of back and forth, I think, between Nika and Solo Ritual, but now the Achilles. The execute feels like it should be nice a little bit later on, but the stuns, the CD, and so far, the way the lane has gone, feels like it's a little more solid than the Osiris.
Yeah, the two picks that I called attention to during group stages was the Achilles and the Osiris picks that I wanted to see a bit more of. We've seen a ton of the Osiris since then. The Achilles is one that's been a little bit on the backside. I think just coming out because of the Khepri pick from Genetics, he's been so on point. And granted, if you're on the other side, you're on the opposite of it. Very annoying with these Scarab's Blessings. So you have to either A, play around it, or B, go for the execute through it. So a lot of weight on Nika to connect with those ultimates. A lot of weight on the Oni Warriors to body block those ultimates. It's always going to be in the back of your mind. Am I getting low? Do I have enough HP to even survive this engagement? Can I frontline when Nika is around? It just adds another level of chess to this game.
And right now, I think the biggest thing to do, and I'm kind of curious, if you're the Dragons, do you need to just turn up the pace, dial it to 11, push as hard as you can in this early game, and just get a massive lead that the Warriors can't overcome? Or do you try to hold out for late, as we've seen them do so many times so far this weekend?
I mean, I was going to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but they lost the last game. So
Чувак, не этот.
The strategy you want to go to every single time, and again, the Oni Warriors have been so electric. They just want to push their lead. They want to play for early game. They want to end the game quickly. So the Jade Dragons did not pick a composition, in my mind, to match that. They're not playing to the Oni Warriors. They're still trying to play that style. They still want to get late game. And if they can put some breaks on this game and just say, hey, we're going to spawn in at level 30, they would definitely do that.
Well, thanks for bearing with us. We jump back into game here again, just 3 minutes in.
Нормально. Что они? А, я понял, они их просто типа свапнули. Так, вот это ММ1. Они сейчас... Давай, давай. Чего так? Ладно. Дал. Просто все. Ладно. Не, ну когда Ника просаживает, вот это ММ, это просто плохо.
Safest ADCs in Smite is that knockup. The bludgeon is going to be a problem. Any melee character that wants to get close and auto attack is going to be a problem. Ghost, thin margins there on the Bifrost. If that stun connected, Netroid might have wanted to chase down with the ultimate. Either way, I think that the backline of the Jade Dragons is pretty self-sufficient. Tiamat and Heimdall don't usually need too many kills, so Mike and Nika can stand forward. They can engage, they can focus on CC for the squad.
Такой байт? И не собирается собирать тотемы? Там по не том бегает. Ай.
Wow, Genetics didn't even have the Scarab's Blessing. They didn't have to dive that tower. I cannot believe a Porsche Coast stuck around. He thought the Bifrost would be enough. He thought through the realms would be enough. It was not. 2 kills simultaneously there for the Oni Warriors. And of course, Nika does his best, right? You use the Fatal Strike to try and immune the Typhoon, but the dive was always going to take you out. SOT just getting the better end of those trades. But I think Coast, that's a misplay. He didn't have to stick around. He trusted the circle of protection. You can see both Mike and Coast ults are down. He thought that'd be enough survivability. It was not. You're getting Netroid off to another great start on a pick that he's played so many times and so well so far this tournament.
Last time that it had a pop-off game, though, remember, it didn't necessarily
Из-за того, что
end
никто не
as well.
забирает.
It's only 1-0,
Всем.
so maybe not the pop-off. I'm maybe just as worried of Net getting that kill as Panatom getting the first blood, right? Jungle pickup, 1,000 gold now on their side. The experience maybe not too crazy. In fact, you've got a level lead right now for Lasma. But the Dragons are going to be feeling, I think, the ire of the Warriors. Especially if Panatom
Ника,
is left to his own
забрать
devices.
ТТ, давай, давай.
It's going to be a small
Плевать
back
на
and
все
forth
остальное.
for him. And I want to ask, because we haven't gotten to see too much of the Susano. Nothing
Да, забрал.
right? I mean, he's just going to be playing the same way Panatom's been playing this pick for the last, what, 3, 4, however many years you want to add on.
Yeah, you have pretty ease of engage. You've got a Scarab's Blessing to back you up. You're just going in for the Blink Pull. You're going in for the Typhoon. You're setting up for your team. Panatom knows exactly how to pilot this pick, and I've been wanting to see him go to it pretty much the entirety of this tournament, because I just like watching him work on the Susano. He knows exactly how to pilot the map. Someone who I want to see work a little bit more, Lasbra, has not had much action. Just Maman Brigitte has been playing defensively for quite some time. And with such high prio again, we heard the
Не
analyst talk about
переключит
the desk, and I
дома.
think they're exactly right. To first pick this Maman, put so much pressure towards it. And then for Lasbra to have such a slow early game. And again, that's not really when she shines, but the late game, lot of weight on his shoulders. Low player damage for both the junglers, because they haven't had
Папа
too
Ришкост
much time
пропадает,
to get
потому
aggressive.
прям жестко.
But man, Netroid keeps Coast, keeps Mike underneath their tier 1 tower. They've got nowhere to go.
Nika with a little bit of pressure over here on right. You've got Lasbra as well as Panatom.
И Том и Ласбра одновременно приходят.
From Nika.
К.
Nothing too crazy happening. Panatom sticks around, and this is where it could get
И Том посмотрел и ушел.
the engage that maybe makes things as easy. No blink.
О, сейчас будет. Сейчас
Does
будет.
not seem to matter right now, though. Immediate the pullback
Еще один
damage.
килл, походу.
Good enough, but not the lockdown. Nika's able to dodge out on that. Sot doesn't overstay his welcome either. So Lasbra, despite hovering in the jungle, unable to get anything done. With no big rotations over towards left, no big rotations now over towards right, Trelly. Again, we're at thin margins, but a small lead for the Warriors as we crest over 8 minutes in.
And I find this so interesting that we do have a bit of a land meta sort of starting to emerge. Panatom and Lasbra both head over, not because of blue buff spawns, that shows up right now. It was because of that totem. I think both junglers in the back of their minds said, are we about to see an Eagles rally to confirm this totem? Are we about to see Nika overextend to confirm this totem? If so, we get to go in for a gank. No one stepped forward. They hid in the jungle and they waited. And this is not something that you ever saw before. No one was
У меня Сириса.
before we got
Я не
into this
понимаю.
building. Lasbra's close by, reveals himself a bit earlier, and he's going to confirm the totem likely for the squad. The Jade Dragons picked that one up, but SOT not going to get baited. Eagles rally. He saves this one just to make sure he's going to be safe.
And as far as the fight actually goes, not enough to really rally behind. Might come back for a little more. Again, Sot's over here. Cooldown buff easily secured. Lasbra pulls back, but we can see the vision from the Warriors over on the right-hand side, keeping track of Lasbra with every step he takes. Maybe a little aggression as well in the jungle from Panatom.
Nika.
Nothing too crazy. And Trelly, the other thing, when we're looking at too crazy, I'm going to be thinking of some of these mid laners, and specifically of Pagon, because while we think of these Vulcan ults, and more than likely we'll discuss
И не
them
там.
like secure, all you need is one of those to connect. It's a lot of squishy targets on the dragons, and suddenly that's a fight winner for you.
You're exactly right. This Vulcan is an absolute threat when the game gets cooking, and that is what Pagon is looking towards. He's been avoiding fighting. That's what most mid laners do at this point anyways. But you're trying to get that damage online.
Ника хотел лететь домой, но все-таки тотем надо забрать быстрее. Это не брал. Быстрее было бы домой. Дардус просаженный. Ух, повезло. Ласбра просажен очень сильно.
Takes out Lasbra, and now might be the reason that Mike falls down, comes around, pulls him back, and a few more auto Shadows know the shielding, the silence, and Dardes with the assist at least gets some distance for Polar Bear Mike to get onto the tier 1.
Mike plays that flawlessly. If he messed up one of those abilities, would definitely fall down there. Panatom still tried to chase it down, but did not have the damage. Of course, Lazarus steps too far forward. Doesn't have
Очень повезло. Очень повезло понять этому тему.
And now 2-0 for Panatom on the Susano. I said it last game and I'll say it again. He can do no wrong at this point in time. Wherever Panatom goes, if you're too far forward, if you're overextended, or if genetics is nearby, you better be watching your relics. You better be watching your health bar. He has plenty of DPS.
По два этих. Ула опять забрал.
Come to at least a little bit of a standstill between these teams. 1,000 gold slowly climbing for the Warriors. They try to push over a 2,000 gold mark. Just 3 kills to their name. No major objectives. And at 30 seconds, Trelly, the beacon is going to spawn in. Give the Warriors
Какие-то лаги.
something to rally behind. You can see the pings coming out immediately from the Dragons. They recognize that's where a massive fight could break down. Ults on the left, looking a little stronger. And the grouping, the team fight, it feels like, especially considering how much we've seen these teams step up. We have teleports coming in from solo laners. This beacon fight, it could be massive, could be crucial for the early game.
I'm glad you pointed it out because SOT's teleport is available. Nika's won't be for 23 more seconds, so if it's an immediate beacon pull, would be a bit of trouble. Both solo laners
Пост.
coast.
Он сразу сваливает.
Enough to step forward, so this is a fight that the Oni Warriors would win handedly if it even broke out, and that's why the Jade Dragons are going to forfeit this one. The Oni Warriors have presence in every single lane, and I've said Vulcan is a pseudo ADC for a reason. You get a couple seconds alone with an objective, and it absolutely dies, and that's what they're going for now. Gold Fury started up.
They should have exactly what they need. The secure as well gets them even
Oni
more
Warriors
in their pockets. Oni Warriors with secure onto the Fury.
Up to that Gold Fury, but with Pagon's turret, with Netroid's damage, and of course the Earthshaker, Gold Fury's down before he can even show up. The Oni Warriors are uncontested all around the map here. You do pull Panatom's beads, and that's definitely big. Only if you get something done in the next 2 minutes. And the Jade Dragons have got nothing done. They haven't stepped forward. They haven't had an avenue to fight. SOT's got some low mana, but even Lazarus
4000.
doesn't feel like he's got the damage to burn through this level 13 Bellona. So it's going to be another retreat. We're just going to be sitting here until the Oni Warriors decide to go for Pyro. With Netroid, he was able to clear that wave quickly. Let's see, does he go right or left out of base? He goes right. We know exactly where they're headed.
Exactly what they want. You might as well keep the hand hot while you have it. Right side pressure, no Heimdall. So numbers advantage to the Warriors. They haven't started up the objective, but you had already mentioned.
Пеган очень хорош на вулкане. Ремонт отправляет.
Has the ult for Pagon as well, so secure could be there. Have to worry about circle of protection right now. Have to worry about the fight coming towards Nika, who immediately rallies behind his
Ника чуть не забрал генетик. Warriors забирают.
In the eyes of the Dragons, pull some more gold back into their pockets.
Porsche Coast didn't make the rotation. He stuck around over and left. Knew it was not worth his time, and the team could do it without him. There was at least not a pick, right? That's the benefit. Only Warriors dropped a lot just to confirm that gold. But there was some low health.
Он перестал почему-то добивать тотем. Но единственное интересное.
Remember, meditation could tick you right out of HP threshold. It baits out the fatal strike from Nika, and then he goes in thinking he's about to get a reset on the ult, and the execute doesn't come through. That could be a big deal. Runic Bomb picked up for genetics, and as long as he's holding on to Chalice of the Oracle, won't be able to drop any sentries for the time being.
But talk about a steady climb, 4,000 gold. The Warriors, 15 minutes in, have dominated this early portion of the game. As we're hitting level 16s for a few.
Все на один левел.
For a lot of the Dragons, Trelly.
Warriors перекачивают на один левел.
Objectives to go for. Where the farm comes from, where you step up to is going to make the big difference. What do you want to see from the Dragons over the next few minutes to try and right this boat?
Unfortunately for the Dragons, I'm not seeing too many ways back into the game at the moment. They still need itemization. They still need tankier tanks and more damage front lines. You've got one aspect that's going well for you, and it's that Dardes has been able to stay XP-wise, even with Pagon, but look at the net worth chart, still about 700 gold down. Not going to be the best idea to look for fights. You can show up and attempt to steal. That's your best option, but do not overcommit. Do not overstep. One pick around one of these objectives could be that drop in the bucket that just tips it over, and the Oni Warriors have been playing with so much fire, so much aggression.
Ласбра всего 1000 дамага. Ой, не успел. Эх, забил.
Shot opens up the mid lane, and look, a bunch of goose eggs. I mean, 2 columns worth for the Dragons, and something you gotta turn around.
And that's a beautiful ultimate from Pagon. Predicts the dash perfectly, makes sure that Pantheon can go in and get the Typhoon after the fact, and that backfire needed to connect, and Pagon makes it happen. By the way, if Staff of Mirrodin is in your third item, that backfire is not killing. The extra damage after the ultimate made sure that that one had the damage to confirm the kill, and this Vulcan, it might be the scariest guy on the map. Oni Fury started up, and I don't think Mike can even walk forward. If he gets grabbed by genetics here, he's going to get melted.
Yeah, power farming Pagon might not have the ult.
Даже не пытается.
The damage through the roof for the Warriors. The gold starting to break through as well. 4-0 lead, 17 minutes. But Trelly, the most commanding lead we have had this set. And it doesn't seem like they're slowing down. You can see Genetics movement, the way they're walking around. Pyromancer's coming back up, and I expect the Warriors to be there right around the time it respawns.
Yep, pay attention to Netroid. He will tell you the tale. If you're watching this Hachiman, the second he channels that back, right lane is where he's headed. Pyromancer, Fire Giant, all on the cards for the Oni Warriors. That's afforded to them by Demon Blade. That's some crit online, as well as that Vulcan turret. Plenty of burst. The crowd trying to change the tides, trying to get...
Сейчас у него Wariors играют так, как все время играли. Просто доминирующие на каждом шагу.
The Oni Warriors want to shut that crowd up, Gore.
And so far, well, this has been a very commanding game in order to do so. Maybe looking for the pick again, watching for the back on the Hachi. Already taking the tier 1 tower over there as well, which is where we've seen some of these lane swaps. So make sure you pay attention to Netroid. What lane he's in and where he goes back to after the objective. Oracles are going to get split, I believe, actually over to the Warriors. Right now, mid-grouping. You've got a small presence from the Dragons as they start to step towards right. And we've seen this, Trelly, and then we've talked about it, but now we're getting into the actual objective portion of it.
Right.
Circle of Protection is really nice. It's really helpful in a lot of team fights. But as you had mentioned earlier, when you're building tanky,
it's all right.
It's like nothing compared to what Pagon's going to be able to do in terms of secure.
Yeah, that is not going to be a contester. It could be a Pagon's early, which remember, Earthshaker takes a while to charge. Yeah. You can see that big circle on the ground.
Ну, кто меня смотрит в 3 часа ночи? Просто интересно даже. Ласбра сейчас помрет.
Genetics takes that one down. Pyromancer started by the Warriors. Nika's here. Are you going to try to make a hero play? Can you afford to try and make the hero play? It's a chase down. Zone out by the rest of the Warriors. Pyromancer their way 5-0 and 7,000 gold.
My goodness, SOT just ate a full primordial onslaught from Dardes, and his HP has not changed. This bellona is ridiculously tanky. The Oni Hunter's Carb, the Spirit Robe. He's not going the Executioner anymore. Maybe he'll get a Kind later on, but I think he recognized the tankier I am, the more of a meat shield I can.
Bellona уже все купила практически.
The Oni Warriors could have looked towards the Fire Giant, but because Pagon's ult was down, they thought better of it for the time being. 5-0, 20 minutes in. This is exactly the type of pace that the Warriors like. They don't want the game going to 30. They don't want to have to deal with enhanced Fire Giants. They want to get the lead early and keep it.
So much control. Level 20 already for Pagon, sub 20 minutes in. Power farming on the Vulcan. Itemized, just power farming. A lot that the Dragons have to respond with. So now, Shelly, objectives haven't gone their way. And we have seen this team take a game like this, maybe not as egregious, but game like this and drag it out as long as they can.
Right.
And so defensively, for a game like that, like, can they wait another, 8 minutes, punch back, 20 minutes, punch back, or are they going to be forced if the Warriors continue to roll like this?
It becomes so much more difficult because of the Oni Warriors composition, Gore. Pagon just gives so much to the team as far as burst, as far as DPS. Netroid having this lead is also a big issue, and that all could be overlooked if Genetics didn't have the Scarab's blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons grouped up and found the pick of a lifetime, it could just be taken away from them if Genetics is on point. And on this stage, Gore, he usually is. But they have some ins back in. They've got good wave clear. Dards isn't too far behind. He's got his itemization. That Soul Reaver, once it gets finished up, he should be able to shred through some of these tankier targets. Coast, I think he's going to need a minute to cook. He's going to need to sit in that duo lane, set up the Bifrost under the tier 2, and get out of trouble anytime someone looks by. In fact, if I'm the Jade Dragons, I'm calling right now, hey, we're going to soft
Да не
defense the
такая
Fire
разница в
Coast
киллах.
never rotate, stick in duo lane, and we will play for a later portion of the game. We will play for the second Fire
80
Giant. And that's what's happening currently. Coast
тысяч.
by himself on the left side of the map. The Oni Warriors going in for the Primal Fury. That's going to go down uncontested.
They've got complete control on the left side of that. They've got complete control anywhere they step. And it's going to be, like you said, a Primal Fury over to the Oni Warriors. That's going to have a little bit of time to respawn. You've got a
Не
Pyromancer
специально.
coming up. Just a little over a minute. Pressure in all the lanes has amounted to 3 tier 1 towers knocked down on the Dragon side of the map. So you can get and afford to move around, teleport. Used by Sot to show up around the Fire Giant pit. And you've got Hachi starting to walk over here.
Yep, that's heading right.
Chelly, do they have the capability? I mean, they've been pulling objectives without too much of an answer. Could they start this FG?
They 100% could start this FG, and I want them to. SOT already tanking it up. This could be a bait, could not be. Doesn't matter. Vapor's Coast is nowhere in sight. This is a smart play from the Jade Dragons. Do not contest. Do not step forward. You cannot fight in this jungle. Let Vapor's Coast get kins. Let him get his starter item online. But do not step forward. There is just too much damage. I think that was the correct call. They understand they want to live to fight another day. This gold lead, currently insurmountable. There is no need to risk a pick, no need to risk a fight. The Oni Warriors can take what they want.
22 minutes, almost 11,000 goal for the Warriors. Just 500 shy of jumping over that. Level 20 hit first in every single roll.
2 runic bombs.
They've got 2 runic bombs, as you
Просто
say.
зашли.
Over on right, that bird gets deleted instantly, and the Dragons have no chance to respond. They finally step up with the damage. Oh man, it's going the other way. Mike can't play carefully enough. Taken down by Pantheons. Lasbra taken down just after the Warriors are looking to push in, and a great good damage forces out Sanagas. But you've got the DPS. It's on the Titan. The Warriors want a game 5, and the Dragons cannot stop them here. We're going the distance.
Not a single kill drop. The Oni Warriors were not in a bad position that entire game. Pagon's ults were heat-seeking. He did not miss. The Jade Dragons, from the get-go, the analysts on the desk didn't love the draft. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stem the bleeding. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stop that early game. I think this game was won in picks and ban score.
Started early.
Yep.
Dragons get blanked out in kills, in gold, in objectives, and in every step. And you have to remember that pressure.
Yep.
External, internal maybe even as well.
That's building as well.
You are up 2-0. Now you're tied 2-2. A little bit of stress there. Meanwhile, the Warriors, that momentum shifted to the other side.
Gore, there's one phrase that could take away all that stress, and it could be said to both of these teams. Just one game.
Just one more.
Just one game. That's all you have to tell yourself. You have to win one Smite game. You've done it 1,000 times in your career, and that's true for people on both teams. They just have to win one more game, and you are world champions.
One game. A lot of weight on one game, but whoever takes it gets to lift the hammer that is sitting on that stage. We're going to find out who it will be right after this break.
games for the World Championship in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. Back to the analyst desk to break down game number 4 and then set up game number 5. Mifflin inbound. Hazer still with me, and for one final time with me for Season 10 of the Smite World Championship. Reverse sweep yesterday inbound in the semifinals. Reverse sweep brewing here in the grand finals as the Steel Series Moments of Glory walk us through game number 4. What did you see here inbound from the Oni Warriors?
I'm just really not liking this Maman Prio. I just don't think they're getting enough value out of it. And on the opposite side, the Khepri's getting too much value. There's a lot of fights that are just able to be jungle going too deep, solo going too deep because they have the safety of this Khepri. And while the ESET was there to kind of counter the Khepri, the CC didn't last long enough. Khepri was able to kind of play through it. The team was able to dive a little bit longer. I think if you are going to go back, give up the Khepri, you have to have a little bit something else in the tank other than this ESET.
Yeah, and I think we can see the problems here. We've got a highlight in solo. There's a stereo kill in solo and duo, and then we see the jungler die, and then we see the mid laner die. Oni Warriors were dominating this game across the board. Lasbra cannot control the map like Panatom can. He's crushing it on this Susano. Pagon dominating the mid lane. Sot on the Bellona, now getting totems, now getting pressure in this solo lane. And I feel like the Jade Dragons just got it pretty much all wrong in the draft for this one.
And I couldn't tell you what happened between game 3 and 4, where it just feels like Netroid has completely leveled up, or even 2 to 3. It's just the last few matches, Netroid's been dominating Vaporish Coast.
And 100% correct. And with that, Hachiman has got to go. You have got to either pick it or it has got to be banned because it is all too comfortable in Netroid's hands. The safety, the lane dominance, it's all just too much.
Am I reading that right?
You are.
2,613 damage from Lasbra on the Maman.
Lowest in the game.
Is a top 2 jungler pickup that's doing less than 3k damage in a game, less than a Khepri.
The sheer amount of draft capital spent on that pick makes that near inexcusable, and I think that's something the Dragons are going to have to address going into picks and bans for game number 5. I didn't want to get too dramatic going into game number 4. Something made me feel, I was like, do the Dragons have to win this one? Is it now too far in their heads? What could possibly happen? The fans still at their back, but the Oni Warriors starting to build up some momentum. Lots of little things at play here, Mifflin, going into game 5.
I think, and I'm sorry I have to do it, jungles need more from the Jade Dragons. The priority we've seen for Panatom on the other side has just worked out for him. They're last picking his god. They're making sure he's comfortable. He's getting something that can counter out the other side. He even found success in the Gilgamesh. Season 1 goes in, goes back to a standard assassin, and dominates there. I do not want to see them Amon Rajit from the Jade Dragons. I will look at literally anything else. You can open up the Smite God list, cross out Lamont, throw a dart at the board, and I'm happy.
Can we cross out Pele as well? I don't want to see Pele.
Okay, no Pele, that's fine.
Sorry, I was looking at signs again while you guys...
What's with you, man?
I've had to do literally nothing all week long. You guys have been absolutely killing it up here on the desk. It's been my pleasure. Oni Warriors, though, inbound, now really riding with this momentum. A team that has been riding with momentum in every set for a while, except for this one. More of the same is your prescription for game 5?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Warriors, why not go back to what worked? And I agree completely with the value that they're getting on Panatom's last pick versus Lasbra's first pick jungle. It's just night and day, and they just need to stick with that. And I think we saw the difference with Panatom on the Susano versus that Gilgamesh even. The Gilgamesh was ramping up, it was getting better in that late game, but the Susano from the start of the game was just different for Panatom, and I wanted to see him go back to something like that. It doesn't have to be early. I just want something that's going to be doing a lot of damage, able to get in and get out, and there's a lot of gods that can kind of fit that.
And talk about the mental pressure now that the Jade Dragons are under. The reverse sweep curse just broken recently. All of a sudden now you're feeling that weight added on. The crowd, which was electric for the first 2 games, has essentially been silenced now by the Oni Warriors. It's like something's different in the air.
The weight on the brain is similar to, a full weight mouse and not the SteelSeries Aerox 5 wireless mouse. That is just a nice lightweight. Okay,
mouse.
Right, mouse. But the Dragons fans distracted me a little bit here. And Hazer, this is maybe what these players need on stage. some of this. Bring up the mood a little bit. You were 1 game away 2 games ago, but you're still 1 game away.
Yeah, what they need is energy, and what they need, I think, is to get off to a good start in this upcoming game. I want to see switch-ups in the pick and ban. I really want to see Coast try and get that Hachi man. I feel like he's been pretty ineffectual in the last 2 games. Duo pressure seems to be really, really important. I want to see them switch over to that first pick. Again, they lost that, so they do get choice offsides going into this one.
And to pair with that Hachiman, I also want one of these auto-attack warriors. The Achilles was there, it was doing stuff, but it's just not able to farm. He was down 3 levels in that later portions of the game. Nobody else even close to that far behind. Osiris, Bellona, one of them, either one. I do not care, does not have to be Prioed, just one of them in the top 3.
And it almost even feels like the Jade Dragons are getting sucked into the Oni Warriors pace in P's and B's as well. I mean, that Achilles is a direct answer to the Khepri. It's, I really don't want genetics to find value. Here's the thing, he found his value.
I also think that one thing that the Jade Dragons did so well in the semi-final we saw them reverse sweep in is they changed their drafts. They changed their bans. And in this set so far, it's been the Emoja, it's been the Odin, it's been the Thoth in all 4 games. I want to see a switch up. I want to see maybe the Khepri denied, maybe something else, but I want to see them change the challenge that they're giving the Oni Warriors. The Oni Warriors are too comfortable in the draft so far.
Why delay it any longer? Picks and bans for game number 5 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. For one last time in Season 10, we go into P's and B's, and it's the Jade Dragons inbound in first pick.
This is a good start. Now we got to ban away somewhat similar gods. I want to see the Emoja gone, and I want to see the Khepri gone. Personally, I think it's just, he's too comfortable on it. They're just getting too much value out of that Khepri. Get rid of it. And the Thoth, I think, is the last one that I would just give it to him. Let him have it. Let them play that. It's not even like that is something that Pegon is going to go back to. He's looked comfortable on the Tia, the Merlin. Give it to him if you want. But I want Hachiman more than anything. And then on the Warrior side, I think that's maybe where they could look for that 3rd ban. Maybe ban away instead of that Daji, ban that Hachiman.
I really think that would be a great idea, Bobby. That's almost exactly what I think we're going to see happen. Thoth is the one that the Jade Dragons opt to leave open, and now we get to find out the answer. Dardes, a mid laner who does not always play the meta picks. Does he even have a Thoth in the pocket? But there it is. The first pick Hachi man. Feed Coast, feed the hot hand, pair this with something aggressive in support, and take control of the dual lane.
And it's the viability of either playing aggressively in the dual lane, or you can trust again that it's a very, very safe pick that scales well in towards objectives. If the Jade Dragons want to play again with their hot hand, for me, that's Dardes. Get him on something that get active, at least in that mid game or early game, play around him, and then trust Coast to just hit those objectives later on.
And now with the Warrior side of things, just get Solo as comfort warrior, whichever one you want. Bellona, Osiris, one of them is fine. Lock in that Bellona, and with this next pick, I don't want to see them Amon. Do not worry about it. The Thoth, I don't mind. I do think there's a lot of value in the Tiamat, but I still think Thoth has been dominant this tournament, and that one-shot potential in the late game just makes him so valuable.
Gotta take a deep breath every once in a while. Similar to game 5 yesterday in the semifinals. My friends up here, my heart is beating yet again in picks and bans for game number 5. Jade Dragons now considering what's still left open. The Oni Warriors inbound will get one more pick before the next wave of bans from the Dragons.
I think they're a little too slow with this Osiris. I think this is a rather obvious pick here. The Achilles, there's a few other warriors that they could possibly go to, but I want to see this Osiris, and don't go for the Maman. The last thing I want is just no Maman pick here in the top 3.
I think it could be okay if the Maman goes mid, but no, feed Dardes and feed him his Merlin. He has looked electric on this pick so far. Matchup into Thoth, I don't think this is such a good matchup for Merlin. Can get punished in the laning phase, doesn't have a whole lot of answer to Thoth's poke.
I like this from the Oni Warriors. If you can't get the Hachiman, you can still find some pressure. Netroid has leveled up throughout this set. Get him on the Ishtar, something that can burn beads, pressure out the lane, absolutely shred objectives with a crit build. I think it's a smart adaptation.
Seems like both teams in a solid spot through the first 6. Remember, in picks and bans for game 4, there were some question marks from us up here on the desk almost immediately into picks and bans. Inbound, given what the Dragons have and what the Oni Warriors have, what would you like to see fill this final ban slot?
I just think they should just hit that assassin spot again.
Sure.
Laz has not gone outside of the Maman in a while now. Make him kind of dig a little bit deeper, especially compared to Panatom. I think Panatom has just showed that he has so many gods in the god pool. Make sure Lasberg gets another uncomfortable pick, and I mean, give him the Momon again. Don't ban that. Ban something like that Thor, like the rat, and make him play something a little bit weaker.
Thor's a good shout out. I think Pantheon would have a really good matchup in that Hachi, as well as being able to chase down the Merlin in some of those later team fights. That Hachi matchup's maybe the priority thing I'm really concerned about. Throw the wall up in front of the horse, and all of a sudden, that safety we've been hailing Hachimon for having is just gone.
Surely no Freya support.
No,
we are
please.
waiting for a bottom 2 pick from Genetics, and this can be where he delivers. I wonder if we could see him go towards a pick that he hasn't touched in a while, considered by many to be the best Horus in the world, a pick that we haven't seen on the world stage so far. I'd be excited to see if he can lock that one in.
And lastly, something that hasn't really reared its head in this set, the Athena. Is there a possibility with all these Guardian bans, do one of them go back to that Athena? Because it has dominated games. Yes, they lost the one game with it, but they put it in jungle.
You know, yeah, support Athena would actually fit the Oni Warriors draft incredibly well here. You've already got some beads burned from the Ishtar, having consistent initiation to line up some of those Thoth ultimates, and then you can play around your pressure over in the Soul lane, join up with the Bellona, those early ganks that we see from Athena support. I can't believe we've seen her foregone again.
I think it could be good on both sides, actually. Both supports could be looking at this pick. Oni Warriors going to have first option, likely going to leave their counter pick in that bottom slot to Panatom and grab a support here. So they're going to get first choice. Maybe they go for the Athena. Dragons might try and go for the Ganesh to counter, but it's a god who has not performed well so far in this set.
I just want something that can engage. I think that's my big thing with this warrior support. That's what I want more than anything.
And think about this. We've seen Sobek prioritized by just about every other team in the league. That we haven't seen Sobek just about at all. And he goes back to the Gilgamesh here. I actually like how it plays into the Merlin for the dive, but I would have expected a standard assassin.
I actually love the Gilgamesh here for the Warriors. If they get that last pick Athena, the dive potential, the split potential, the early game, mid game, I think their comp kind of runs itself together, and it may put it to the Jade Dragons to kind of pick away that Athena just so they don't have to deal with that and the dive comp that this Warriors team has drafted.
It also gives the Oni Warriors the chance that if that Athena gets locked in, they could go towards that Ganesh. They can grab that pick that is considered a counter. The silence on the dash in from the Athena stops the taunt and stops the damage being followed up on.
Hazer, I want to hear your opinions on this. Okay. What do you think about Erlong Shen in mid here?
Erlong Shen in mid? For the Dragons or for the Warriors?
Oh, excuse me. Can't put that Merlin anywhere else.
Merlin jungle?
Merlin jungle?
You may have seen me wave off a thought earlier on. I was like, remember in Game 5 yesterday, that was when
My brain's so fried.
Like, it's been a long weekend, but don't worry. We are down to the final 2 picks here. The most important picks of the year.
Well, I was thinking about Erlang Shen as well. I was thinking Erlang Shen in the jungle for last round might be pretty decent here. Could trade into that Gilgamesh, has some ways out of the Gilgamesh ult, able to fight him 1v1. That is something that I would really like to see Lasper look towards here. The taunt, it won't be the Athena taunt that we're thinking about, but could be strong as well. The Erlang setup for that Merlin damage, certainly powerful.
And I think I'm on the same page with, I want Laz on something that can get involved and start these fights off. And another god that comes to mind with him is that Serket. They played it in that best of 5, and they had that little comeback, and it looked fantastic.
Hazer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a Laspra special.
He locked it.
He loves this god.
This is a Laspra pick.
This is one of Laspra's core picks. He loves it. He loves to get aggressive on it. But I just don't think the god is very good. I don't think it has a good matchup into Gilgamesh. I do not see it doing particularly well into the Toth. And there was a reason I was not hoping to see it here.
No, he locked the Ymir. He went back to the Ymir.
That counters Pele
That
so
is
hard.
such Hachimon, Pele, Atlas. There is so much value out of this Ymir, and he's going to dominate laning phase. They picked this Hachimon to win lane. They picked this Hachimon to play safe. Ymir does both into the Hachimon.
And talk about the synergy with Gilgamesh. Drop kick into a wall, your stun's point blank. I actually love this Ymir pick.
So
Genetics
good.
masterclass right there in P's and B's. But I will sing some slight praises for Pele. You can always find at least something good to say about junglers. She is the queen of the 1-for-1. Volcanic lightning in. If I see this Thoth use evade and punish haphazardly even a single time, Lasmer go in, trade your life, kamikaze style.
I do worry about that kamikaze style though. We've seen a lot of timelines in this event. We've seen so many of them, and it makes these 1-for-1 junglers, these junglers that need to get kills for resets, things like Kali, things like Pele, it's really, really difficult to take down the mage, and that is your job. but this Ymir for genetics, the most feast or famine god in the game, I feel like. If he gets off to a rough start in a game 5, pressure on the line, he could go 0-6, 0-7 very, very quickly. It's really important for both sides to make sure this Ymir gets off to either a good start or a bad start.
And to kind of just add into that, Ymir has a horrible matchup into Merlin. Yes, it's really good into some of these other gods, but he's standing still for a lot of his abilities. Merlin is able to put a lot of damage onto him. He can flicker the wall. And when Dardis is playing as hot as he is, it's a little scary to kind of have this free matchup into that Ymir. It's also pretty good into this Gilgamesh, so it's a give or take. I still really like the Ymir, but as Hazer said, it's very, very risky.
Leaning even further into that, Pele actually has a really good matchup in the Ymir throughout the early game as well. You can kind of maneuver around him, avoid that freeze, stick to him very easily. I mean, if you want to camp duo lane, Lasbra used to be that guy. Early rotations over to the long, that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, they call it the Lasbra gank for a reason. Getting over to that duo side of the map, level 3, level 4, and looking for those early kills, hanging around and just not going away. And I think that should be his strategy here. You want to put this Ymir behind. You want to let genetics flounder in this game and not be able to get that wall leveled up, not deny those ways out, and make sure you can put him off to a bad start.
Let's soak it in here, fellas. Why don't we? One more time, Hazer, give me dragons, give me warriors.
Warriors.
It's so hard.
Inbound.
The curse hasn't been broken. Give me the Warriors.
Mifflin.
Oh, it's not easy, Dave. I gotta go Warriors, man. I'm in love with
Warriors
that
in
Ymir pick.
game 5. I've talked a lot about history here this weekend. Let me give you one more lesson. Warriors and dragons. Two entities that have been spun together in mythology, in battle, since the beginning of time, and two SPL teams that have fought since the beginning of this year. Remember the finals of the kickoff tournament? These two teams met. Even in this set, Warriors unbeaten in this tournament, made to bleed. And Jade Dragons, history, thoughts of reverse sweeps of past brought to the forefront of their mind. It all culminates in one final moment for these two teams. The Jade Dragons with 2, the Oni Warriors with 2. There's only one more place to go, and it's on to the battleground to figure these things out. Let's all soak in this moment together. One last time in Season 10, the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors will go toe-to-toe. The energy in the building builds as the moment starts to rise. And in we will go. Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors, game number 5.
Just one more game stands between one of these teams and lifting the hammer. Their whole year culminates in this, and I couldn't have said it better than Dave just did. Beautiful moments, beautiful drafts, and Trelly, I think we are in for a treat through and through. So much on the line, a lot of pressure, a lot of the play. You get signature god picks, you get counter god picks, and it feels like it has everything you need to really give us a best of 5. And now Lasbra, he's playing aggressive, and he's going in on the Sot. He wants a little bit more, but they don't have the knockup, they don't have the CC, and Sot walks back to the tower line, A-OK.
Wow, the cringe gank will net nothing for Lasbra, not quite enough damage. I thought maybe the knockup would come through, but no, chose the Pyroclast, and it did not have the DPS. Close. See another day. I gotta give some pressure. Watch out for that tower shot. Genetics getting knocked down low. I gotta echo a little bit of what they were saying on the desk. This Ymir pick gets immense value. Genetics very rarely misses a well-placed wall to set up for his team. But I gotta disagree with one thing. I think this Pele absolutely destroys Thoth. If you can blink to the backline, he evade and punishes. You follow with the volcanic lightning. There is nothing Pagon can do. Lasbra needs to be on this Thoth. Pagon has had a fantastic tournament. MVP candidate. If the Oni Warriors are able to win this one, you gotta deal with the mid laner, and it's Lasbra's job.
You gotta think back to back. You gotta go for Paul to Pagon. A very difficult double of mid laners to face. But if Lasbra was able to do it once, they can try to do it again. This is gonna be the set for them to try and make it work. Again, there's just so much to look at. Ymir, such a solid pick. Mike, maybe if he gets the pick up onto net, forces the beads. They've got some damage waiting out the dash. Maybe has the EI Jutsu, but there, a kick into the wall, the damage onto Coast in the chase right now from Panatom. Peel should be there, but the leap, it's good. Luckily for Coast, he has just the right amount of movement, gets out of there, and stays alive.
The relics are down. Vaporous Coast had to beads. Other side, Netroid had to beads. There is some openings on the left side of the map for these junglers. Have the ability to go in. Lasper, though, he's found Pagon at the back camps. Doesn't have much to go for the kill, but is just going for an aggressive play. A rotation in from the solo laners could be just what the doctor ordered, but that's going to be all. Aggression already. Sparks flying through all lanes of the map. So far, like I said, duo lane, both relics down. That's where I want to see Pantom. That's where I want to see Lasper. The second level 5 comes around, they may have an opening.
Now, we've talked about it, and Shelly, I want your opinions on this. Not just the Pele pickup, but really what leads into it, right? Panatom, great games on this Gilgamesh, to the point where we were talking about it, and you thought that Thor ban was almost for sure going to be Gilgamesh.
Oh, yeah.
So having Panatom go back onto that, but then having Lasbra switch away from the Mammon, hasn't had the impact he wanted, and go on to something we have seen none this event, but a lot from himself. What is it going to bring, and is it going to be the punch that the Dragons need in a Game 5?
I think it's a good switch up. It's a good start. The Pele has that dive potential. Mammon, like I said, how does Lasper like to play? When do we see him get caught out in that last game? When he's trying to go for these wraparound plays, when he's trying to be sneaky, get to the backline. Mammon just can't do it. Pele, one of the fastest characters in the game. She's got Blink, she's got Volcanic Lightning, she's got her 3. There's plenty of tools to escape if you get caught out in the back. And more specifically, you can dive the backline so much better. Night and day difference. I don't care about the matchup into Ymir. I don't care about any of that. I just wanted to see Lasper on someone that could close gap and get to Pagon. Last time there was a Vulcan, there was a Tiamat, there were so many different picks, but the Thoth in particular does not have the self-peel to survive. It's going to be on genetics, it's going to be on Sot. They have to keep Pagon safe.
There's a lot of pressure to make this work, and like you said, with genetics, the wall, the freeze, a lot of that capability really holds true. So we jump back into Game 5 here. And watch carefully.
Это уже хорошо. Забирает тотемы, это хорошо.
Who is going to open up first blood in the conversation of this game? Shelly, I have to ask about the Atlas as well.
Please
do. Something we get to see very rarely, but when Mike plays, it plays well. And so far, the pickups, the control, it has given so much over to the Dragons duo lane.
You know what else Mike does when he plays this pick, Gore, is builds damage. It is very rare that he goes more than 2 tank items on a pick like the Atlas. Maybe he'll go Cloak and a Spectral Armor. Besides that, Staff of Mirrodin, Divine Ruin, Spear of Deso. We see damage come through from this Atlas pickup. And where's he going to drop it? Onto genetics. This Ymir is so immobile. If you just drop the Gamma Ray Burst, shred his prots, and go for the Ymir first, Hazer said it, feast or famine. That's going to be the target. The Jade Dragons want Pagon, and they want genetics dead first in these engagements.
You've got Sot and Panatom over here for the cooldown. Nika does not care. Steps up and unable to steal the buff away. And that one goes towards Sot, but he's playing the lane bully right now, and that's been the main goal. I mean, this Bellona-Osiris matchup, that's the danger whenever the silence comes through, but Nika is not afraid of Sot right now.
Nope, and there's no reason to be. Sure, Bellona's got some better clear, but at the moment, that Warriors axe is going to help out. Look at this rotation. Polar Bear Mike, the support, looking at a gank. Final judgment, not going to confirm much, but look at this, the blink in.
They've got Pagon right where they want him. The dash is good, but the pullback is just a little stronger. Dardes gets first blood, and the Dragons look for a second. Lasra puts them up on the board. 2-0 lead for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm talking about. Nika getting low. He's got Lord of the Afterlife. All he has to do is ult the ult, and he does it. No problem there. No solo kill will come through. And that's why I don't care about Ymir walls. That's why I don't care that Pele might have a rough matchup. You can dive the Thoth. Pagon used Aegis. No beads available, and the bird gets cooked.
Good spot to be in, and if you're Lasra, if you're Nika, right now it's going to be a small reset, but soon, Shelly, because you had highlighted it, the Aegis is down, right? Yes, you've lost out your blink. But Lasra, if that ult comes back, do you want to see him go back to mid? How much pressure should he be applying to this Thoth?
It's almost a guaranteed kill. You wait for blink, you blink in, Pagon dashes, you ult him down, he's gone. However, remember, that kill comes through not because of Lasra alone, because Mike yoinked him back. That pull was a big deal. If Pagon gets that Aegis off and immunes the damage, he should have been fine. But Polar Bear makes it happen. The CC from the Atlas was too much to deal with, and that's gonna make you regret going Aegis sometimes, right? You want the beads to immune the CC, but the burst damage that Pele can provide, that Lasbra can provide, sometimes be just a little bit too much. So now Pagon has to stay back underneath the tower. He's got plenty of range, shouldn't be a problem.
Now spread across the board, that gold lead finally kicked open.
Блин, он просрал один тотем, смотри.
Dragons find their home as they did in game 2. Now, it's just about making sure it stays this way. Lasbra, no blink for 30 seconds. He's hanging out the right side of the dual lane. Good ward from the Dragons.
Лазбар пришел. Че он? Блин, они фуловые, блин, куда так?
Someone just has to step out of position, but they won't get it in time. Instead, it'll be a shield buff. Good wall. But again, not much to follow.
Ника что-то просаживает от соло. Я не там, что-то... Минус Ника, походу.
Nika's got the upgraded teleport, shouldn't be a problem. Lord of the Afterlife to immune the kick. That's exactly how that should go. Is getting outboxed a bit by SOT, but that's going to happen. Not a big deal at the moment, just stay sustained. He'll be just fine in lane. However, Panatom now knows that he used absolutely nothing but a drop kick to get the ultimate down. Panatom can come back. He's got Blink, he's got Winds of Samash, and Nika has already used that teleport. And I want to see it. At the moment, Panatom's on the left side of the map, but
Это из-за двух ассистов. Лазбра бежит. Майк бежит. О, Вапариш Коста сейчас прижучат здесь. 3 в 1. Посмотрим. Кост тут, Дардес тут. Рядом еще. Жестко оббежал. Прям из всех.
Looking for a pickup, not able to find a good kick from Panatom and a better leap makes sure that the distance is created. And Lasbra doesn't have anything to work with over on left. 9 minutes in.
Ника снова доминирует на тотеме.
They've not been able to find any more success after.
They'll take the gold for now. They're just trying to get to late game. Lasbra going into the rune forged hammer, it appears. Wants a little bit more tank stats, but also more damage. It'll help you out when that CC comes through. Pyromancer, not available. Beacon, not available. These objectives to create urgency, to create some fights, are not happening. It's just been, what can Lasbra do? What can Dardes do? Those have been the questions. They've been answered twice now. But has not brought any sort of action besides that. Slowing down just a bit. I still think Panatom could have
Такое впечатление, что он на нем.
Lasbra does not have that same level of success. Not against SWC, not with Eagle's Rally available. You need just a little bit more. Nika's going to need to poke him out just a little bit more before an actual gank opportunity could show up.
Yeah, the chase down, it's a little dangerous. Has the beads, or the blink, I should say, available. The beads for the mid laners back up online, and now just
Они сказали.
Pagon, Aegis. We had been looking at that since it was on cooldown, but since then, no pressure over in mid from Lasbra. Sot getting poked out. Lasbra is on his way. Half health, you're at the tower line. Doesn't feel like they can get as aggressive as they want. Instead, channeling the back. Might be in a spot where both of them wanted to. They could try to get aggressive, but instead, Sot's playing back. So it's a retreat and reset from the Dragons.
Yeah, there's a health threshold you got to see before Lasbra feels confident pulling the trigger on that ult, on that gank, and it's not what solo or troll was
Более
currently.
условия
Deep in the enemy
фарма.
jungle, just looking to see who he can find. There's no camps available. He's
Им
gonna let that one slide.
одним и двумя.
This is why this Pele facilitates Lasbra
Не
so
трудом.
much. The movement, the speed at which he can farm actually goes into the Dawnbringer, which is an item that I forgot about. This was a jungle meta that came through a bit ago. Haven't seen it in quite some time. Might be the only damage or tank item we see on this Pele, but still gonna give Lasbra a bit more survivability after that ultimate. Point being though, Lasbra can farm quickly, he can run around the map as much as he wants, and that is the style he likes to play. He doesn't want to be the first one in the Amon couldn't do it. Pele, she sure can.
You have to be careful right now if you're the Warriors. While these neutral objectives have been pretty dominant from the Dragons, it means that the gold lead has been slowly growing towards the order side. 2,500 gold.
Teleport.
It's enough to hold on to. Teleport, as you mentioned, from Sot. Kos uses the ult. Gold Fury seemed to be in the cards. It would have been early. But now that you've got Sot over here, you got to look for something. Luckily, 30 seconds. Beacon will be back, but 30 seconds is a long time to just stand around. Now, match, Sot with
Усились на...
will have something
Заберут?
to help out with, but
Ну, с Мерлином, конечно, заберут.
from the Dragons, extend their lead and give them a little more gold to work with.
I mean, the Oni Warriors had final judgment. They thought that Sot wasted the teleport, so everyone retreated. And the Jade Dragon said, we've got vision. We know you're not here. The Thought's in mid lane. This is uncontested. They burned that so quickly. I'm amazed that the Oni Warriors didn't at least stick around to see what would happen, what would come from a play like that. Beacon spawned in 12 minutes, and the Jade Dragons are still here.
3,300 gold.
They should grab this for free as well.
I think I might get a little bit of damage in there, but that's about it in response. Beacon goes there.
Забрали.
Everything's going their way right now. As the Dragons turning things on their head, maybe not quite as dominant as what the Warriors just did in Game 4, but a very dominant performance so far here. 12 and a half minutes in. Shelly, I don't see him slowing down anytime soon.
Nope. And these fans don't want them to, Gore. Jade Dragons. That's what you hear. And now a little bit of an engage. Actually, ult goes down. Pantheons in trouble.
Pulled back. You've got 4
Перед тут.
dragons surrounding you. You need something massive to stop it, and it's not gonna.
Здесь сейчас будет.
Is looking for the assist here and getting some damage, but no one from the Warriors is able to respond, and it's a third on the board for the Jade Dragons.
Wow, SOT was close, but could not close the gap. You're happy with those trades. A Porsche Coast feels the excitement, wants to find a 1v1 versus Netroid, and he's gonna run away. It's been 3 games since we've seen the Jade Dragons in any sort of winning position, but they are back. They have the lead 3-0. And they didn't get a single kill last game, Gore. This is a night and day difference. And I think getting Lasbra on a facilitator, on a character that can just break this map wide open was the stepping stone they needed. He's 2-0-1, a part of every single kill, and he's on the left side of the map.
But the good news,
Maybe.
and well, maybe good news, I guess to be determined, because I'm going to ask you a question here. Warriors, early game, 13 and a half minutes have gone by, and they have not been able to step up to the Dragons so far. As we transition to the mid, to the late, where do they start to fight back? We might actually have to hold that for a moment. Lasbra won't get the close gap on
Really?
Netroid. Instead, it'll be a purple buff invade. And I have to ask again,
Роман.
where do they fight back? Is it at this
Я думаю, они тоже
Pyromancer?
успеют
Not
забрать.
with this
Пола
level
не
of burn.
успеет.
Can Sot do something? No, it's too late. And again, the Dragons with another objective. You got Mike, you burn him down. The wall is good. You pull him in. Finally, you put one on the board if you're the Warriors.
Первый раз и мир сработал так, как должен работать.
Pyromancer, you got the runic bomb, but PBM goes down, and finally, no more goose egg. The Oni Warriors are here. This is what you asked. Where do they step back? Remember, Pagon is on Thoth. Final judgment can be a delete button, but a good block. The dash gets blocked. You got a 1v1.
Now you've got the ult for ult trade. Shot is good. Aegis a little better. Is Ko's going to stay around? Genetics walking through the jungle might be enough to ward that off from the true 1v1. So instead, we get a little bit of that over here in the solo lane. Some damage over towards Nika, but this is the danger, and really, Trelly, something that's going to change up a lot. Not only is Lasbra on a stronger pick, a better pick than what we've seen. Coast is back on this Hachiman, and it feels like that has enabled him. I've seen more from Coast this game than I got in the entirety of the On-Her game.
I'm surprised it took them this long to prioritize the pick, Gore, but look at this. Lasbra's got the cutoff. He's
Ласбера сзади подкрался на Троиду. И Троида загмечил.
You've got to pull back, but a leap is a little stronger. Opening space a lot. Oh my God, Pagon almost killed off by Darkness in mid, and no way can this connect. Just shy, just to the right, but oh man, the Dragons are cooking.
The roof would have blown off this place if that ult connected either way. So much damage. Lasbra has the wraparound and clean.
Отлично просто.
Netroid tried to wall off, or I guess Genex tried to wall off Netroid, but ends up locking him in place. Tier 1 tower goes down. Genetics takes some damage, but here comes Phantom.
You've got the aggression. Lasbra walled away. Damage being taken. Has to play carefully, but the hammer drop from Sot kills off the jungler Phantom. Tossed into a tower. Meanwhile, Genetics, Zeus distance to get out.
Ника по не тому завалил. Ладно, поменял.
You're trading this one out. Luckily for Genetics, he keeps his life, and the Warriors pick up a couple.
The Oni Warriors are 5,000 gold down, but still able to find some winning trades. This is a ridiculous amount of back and forth, but it's not over yet. Primal Fury spawned in during that scrap. A Forest Coast, first one here. He's got a 3-level lead over Netrigoid. He foregoes building the dominance, just goes right into Demon Blade, gives himself some crit chance, and he wants the 1v1. He wants to find Netroid any chance he can get. Both relics are down, so this Ishtar is going to be underneath the tier 2 tower.
Beacon in 10 seconds. Dardes has been putting on pressure. Dardes has been putting on a hell of a performance this weekend. It's 1-0-3 right now. 0-1-3 for Pagon. And pressure
No, Furia.
Primal Fury. You had mentioned it. Main target and getting burned quickly by the Jade Dragons. Another objective going their way, and more gold lining their pockets. They start to pivot over. Beacon available.
Не там посажен же.
Beacon, Pyromancer all spawns in, and around the same time the Jade Dragons can just do a clean sweep unless the Oni Warriors step forward. Pagon has final judgment. He might be able to go in for a steal towards one of these objectives, but does not want to get caught out. Blink available for Lasbra. He's missing his beads, and Panatom has got no sort of aggression. Both of his relics are down for 30. A breath of fresh air for the time being. There's been a lot of action. Take this time, breathe it all in. The tier 1 towers have been the target. There's a lot of weak ones as PBM makes a rotation. He's just trying to get some cloak stacks. But Dardes is level 19. We're only 17 minutes in, barely 18. He's top farming the game by a wide margin.
Pyromancer, you called for it a second ago. The burn should be their Merlin. Creates so much for him. And you had Coast over here. Another runic bomb in pocket. 2 to the Dragon's name. Charlie, there's a lot of towers on the board to knock down. 18 minutes in. Like you said, a lot of action. Almost 8,000 gold. Still actually covering closer to the 7K mark. But the Dragons in a massive, massive controlling lead. And it's just trying to find that step up into the right direction. They're going to put some pressure on the tier 1 and right. They'll knock it down, no problem. Tier 1 and mid is in danger as well. And the Dragons have the crowd surging behind them.
Netroid has not rotated. He is staying in left lane, foregoing the rotation. Says, I need farm. The Jade Dragons recognize that Fire Giant should be the call. They're walking right over towards it. There is no way he gets here in time. It's a 4v5 at best. Pagon would have to get so close to this objective, but look at this. They're not going for Fire Giant, they're looking for a wraparound. They're trying to find Pagon. They're trying to find Genetics.
Ghost spotted out thanks to Sot. Burn a little bit their way. Charlie, they are going to fall back, and they are going to start trying to burn this Fire Giant. 19 minutes into this game. Sot and Genetics are right there, and they're looking like they're going to 50-50 as soon as they have the burn to get the damage. They do. They get the fire, and now the chase is on. Panatom is low, and Lasbra has his target. Sot is burned by a vaporish Coast. Now you've got Panatom dead to rights. You've got the Warriors running back in mid. Genetics locks himself down. Can't get anything done. Nothing for the carry. Pagon gets 1, but he's going to lose his life for it.
He jukes around, he gets 1. Netroid has to go back to base. The tier 2 tower is the target here. They don't have minions. The Phoenix was never the option, but the tier 2 will drop down. The Jade Dragons with Fire Giant on.
Здесь нужно было нейт брать, а не Штар, наверное. Раз он пытается пропушил.
It's just not going to happen. Forced into an Emperor's armor, trying to keep the Phoenix alive. The Jade Dragons, 8,000 gold in the lead, and they haven't even started their Fire Giant siege yet.
A lot that they can do. That's not even counting the Fury that's going to be spawning in just a few seconds. The world is their oyster. We haven't even looked at the builds too much this game. There's been so much going on, but Nika, it feels like we've talked about an Osiris being unkillable the last few weeks. He is entering that discussion. If you look at Dardes, I mean, this burn, it feels like those two plus Coast have been really the absolute pillars of this game for the Dragons.
Где вот Genetics спектральная броня? Реально уже спектральная броня. Понятно, что они хотят больше дамага от башен. их башня.
You have to adapt. And the Oni Warriors have some adapting to do. They've got good range. Pagon still has the delete button. Final Judgment is available. He's got Soul Reaver, he's got Staff of Myriad. Even tanks will feel the brunt of that damage. Not to mention the range that Pagon has. You can't just walk up into a Phoenix. Oni Fury goes down, enhanced minions will be marching forward. The Oni Warriors, they have to stay back. It's got to be a Phoenix defense or nothing. The tier 2, an afterthought. There's no way you step this far forward.
Yeah, that's going to get knocked down pretty easily. 9,000 gold for the Dragons. And they're going to extend it even further as they step forward. But Trelly, got a minute and a half on the power play. What are they playing with? Well, time, as it is. They back away. Massive lead. Dardes gets a reset. Again, we're looking at level 20 spikes that are starting to come through and vision. But it's an early Fire Giant, and even with the minions pushing forward, they want to take their time. Pyromancer's going to be spawning in. Objective still on the board for the Dragons. And absolute control so far for 22 minutes.
Почему так не играть в 3?
Are going to have to fight back, and Trelly, they're holding on as best they can.
Jade Dragons did not go back for the beacon. I thought Titans is what they were looking for. No, they wanted to push in with this enhanced wave. They'll grab the last tier 2 tower off the map for them. Gold in hand, plenty.
Или там сейчас найдет.
Back to base. Their Fire Giant push is just about over, but they could get the beacon gore. They could launch the Titans out. PBM goes back, gets a spectral armor and a phantom shell online as well. Even if Genetics gets the wall of his life, could be dealt with that one relic.
PBM взял.
Fire Giant was on all 4. Remember, Lasbra did get shut down. He did get shot by that Final Judgment right through the wall. So Pagon hits level 20. Should be able to upgrade that starter item soon. I'm just looking at the here for the Oni Warriors because it's looking rough as far as defense goes. But they've got damage dealers at level 20. That's big. SOT did not go auto attack. He did not go Kins. He did not go XE. So he's tanky. He can set up for the squad as well. And of course, Genetics getting that Emperor's armor means whoever's tanking up that Phoenix, whoever is letting that Phoenix or build damage up upon, is going to get shredded. These tankier targets, Nika and PBM, they're going to have to watch out. That damage will add up.
Well, it's 12,000 gold. 23 and a half minutes into this game. 9-4 with the kill lead, leaning over towards the Dragons. Trelly, they've got everything they need. They've even got the crowd support. They even have a trombone in the crowd.
Oh, I've heard it. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
But there it is.
You can hear it.
Не все. Пойдет.
And when you've got support like that, the question is how you can transition this into the late game. Fire Giant going to be spawning in soon. Third beacon of the game up on the left side of mid. And the Dragons have absolute control of this. Right now, looking at the Warriors' positioning, they don't seem to think of Fire Giants anywhere nearby for the Jade Dragons.
Unspawned in yet. Titans will be unleashed. Right lane is where they're headed. That's lucky for the Oni Warriors. They don't have to worry about losing their best Phoenix. That'd be the far left one. But this Fire Giant is completely uncontested. No way a Warrior gets in range of this one. Fire Giant on all 5. Titans marching up right lane any second now, and the Jade
Я думаю, тут все ясно.
have all the momentum in the
По крайней мере, пока они не проиграли какой-то большой файт.
want to shred it down as quickly as possible. They want the Chaos Titan first, and then they'll decide how they want to siege. Runic Bombs, just one. PBM's got it. Pay attention to Pagon. Pay attention to Panatom. If the Oni Warriors want a defense, those two have to go massive.
1-0 from Pagon can determine a lot on the right side of the map here. Panatom, left side of the lane, has Lasbra in his sights. If he can find the CC, might be able to open up a conversation. Fire Giant causes some trouble. Chaos Titan. It's not going to have a lot of damage to be dealt as it gets taken down quickly by the Jade Dragons.
Вообще ничего. Реально. Да. Они там
Tier 1 tower at the moment. No reason to
перебивают.
step forward without it. That's a 6th man with a lot of HP, a lot of damage. And there's no reason to let Pagon poke you down for free. Waves just trying to slow this one down. Remember, that Emperor's armor will start to add up if Nika steps forward, if Mike steps forward. But the Jade Dragons are playing this one slow. I like the idea. Panatom tried to find a 1v1 beforehand versus Lasbra. That play is gone. Panatom is back, showed himself underneath the Phoenix. But the
Или там возвращается. Он подходит.
They just want to get the bird. That's the main target. And goes the damage. They've got exactly what they need. Phoenix taken off the board. Dragons crack open the base of the Warriors. Nika still playing a little aggressive. Lasbra as well. They've got the Titan standing there. And it's distraction. It's the zone out. And open up this middle.
Главное не потерять ничего. И Том ничего не смог сделать. Титан бьет Титана.
You'll grab 2 Phoenixes and the Jade Dragons go in for a reset. They drop 0 kills. That's a picture-perfect siege. If you're the Oni Warriors, you're really hurting now. You got to deal with fire minions coming through right, fire minions coming through mid, and the Jade Dragons grab one more runic bomb. Gore, they've got some time. Primal Fury is available. They still have FG for another minute. It'd be risky to go in for the bird, but they can certainly grab some more gold off the map.
It's like you're balancing if you're the Warriors on the tip of a needle. Things can go wrong so drastically. One kill opens up that base and goes to that burn that you just mentioned. Right now, the Primal Fury, a minute left on the power play. Maybe you slow it down. Next Fire Giant, depending on how long the dance goes, or if the burn is quick enough for the Dragons.
Единственное, что осталось, это...
It won't be. But for now, the lead
Соло даже не дойти. Были уже. Они Wariors уже были в такой ситуации. Нет.
Tom needs to find another gank like he just did. I think it was a beautiful play. If Pagon was ready for it and sent an ult through, maybe that siege goes different. That's step 1. Step 2, not getting picked here. The left side Phoenix, you'd love to keep it alive, but I think that's not happening. I think the Oni Warriors might have to let this one go to keep the Titan alive. It's not Enhanced Fire Giant. You could let the bird go and try and defend afterwards. Mike already finds some good poke on a Pagon. SWC. Pay attention to it. Atlas can really disrupt the team fight. They're backing up though. Their Fire Giant buff is worn off, and they cannot fully break the base of the Oni Warriors. So it looks like it will be an Enhanced Fire Giant. The good news, the Phoenixes will not respawn. The Oni Warriors are gonna have to deal with fire minions if they want to step forward. The bad news, you don't have too much to step forward to. The Oni Warriors are behind a heavy margin still. They found some farm, they've hit some XP, guys. But look at the recipes, they're still available. They're not 6 slotted yet. Netroid cannot match the damage of a Porous Coast. A Porous Coast has 3k gold in hand. He's about to get an elixir of power. And I think he just purchased it. Yeah, these crits, pay attention to the Hachiman. We're about to see some big crit damage coming from the ADC of the Jade Dragons. 17,000 gold. This Fire Giant's going to be coming in. And it's going to come in enhanced. Warriors step out of the base. What could be, Trelly, a deciding factor in this game is how much the Warriors are able to commit to
это понял.
3 towers.
И Фениксов.
Still stand on the Dragon side of the board. And it's just making sure that's set up, making sure you don't misstep right here for the Warriors to make sure you stay alive. And the Jade Dragons playing it flawlessly, sitting back. They have fire minions pushing. There is a wave of the Oni Warriors.
Главное сейчас
No reason to get poked out before then. They've got vision, they've got ward coverage, they've got the map state. The Jade Dragons just have to be patient. The second they see someone in the Titan, the second they see someone channel that back, Fire Giant needs to be pulled. Pagon needs to be zoned. And they know this. This is something they've done many times already. Pagon shows himself, Fire Giant begins. Immediately, looking for the burn down. And Trelly, do they have the burn? Fire Giant enhanced all 5 of the Dragons, powered up and ready to start running it down. Right side bird already spawned back in, but that's the target. The Jade Dragon siege forward. Remember, this Fire Giant is enhanced. The Oni Warriors, they're not waiting in the Phoenix. They want to find a fight themselves. Lasbra forced the ult defensively just at the thought of SOT. That is ridiculous. You lose Volcanic Lightning, but the team siege is forward. They've got minions and they have EFG. All you need is a couple of autos from Coast. That's going to be massive. Right side Phoenix taken down instantly. And the Warriors with a small reset. Now they know where they can set up a defense, but look at
immediate over to the left lane, where minions happen to be trying to push up a little bit for his team. And no full reset from the Dragons just yet.
Nika's got damage, but no runic bomb. It would take him a while to chop through that Phoenix. Mid Phoenix, he could get no problem. If we're doing a 4-1 split, the Jade Dragon's got to send 4 left. I mean, that makes way more sense. That mid Phoenix could drop in an instant. 2 runic bombs for Polar Bear Mike. The structures could be deleted. The Titan could be deleted if that's the call, but look at this, SOT, Pantom, they're pretty far forward, and it looks like the Jade Dragons want to fight.
They're going for the cutoff path. Pantom has to play carefully, and you need what you need, but he didn't blink in time, and the damage not quite there for the Dragons, but you've got Sot surrounded by 5, the crits ringing true for Vapor's Coast, force Sot to fall back. He's gone! The damage! They've got what they need to at least crack this open. Pantom jumps back immediately.
Не там убрал.
One more Phoenix to go. The Jade Dragons don't want to overstep here. The Titan should be the target, but they're playing it slow. You have Fire Giant, you have Regen. Lasbra and Dardes looking a little bit worse for wear. They're going to play this one slow. 45 seconds without Pantom, 30 without Sot. They're going to play it slow and go in for the end call. Gore, that Titan needs to drop.
Fire minions on right. The Jade Dragons.
Fire minions со всех сторон. Ну кто бы еще взял? По прыжку из команды, которая была второй с конца. Перешел в Jade Dragons в второй половине. Наконец-то можно спать.